Chapter 1220 The Terrible Thrust. Chapter 1220 The Terrible Thrust. The proud and stern woman stood hovering in mid-air at thousands of kilometers far away from the battle fortress. The swirling vortex of black and white hues by her side spun ceaselessly, growing larger and larger. By now, the spinning vortex had stretched almost a meter in width, yet it was still expanding at a fast speed. The woman studied the vortex, feeling satisfied with her handiwork. The size of the vortex, looking hardly intimidating, belied its true terror, mused the woman to herself. Much she had expended and much had been exhausted, just to conjure this churning eddy of destruction. Just then, a figure fleeted out of the battle fortress. She had noticed the figure when it made its appearance. Lord Jean Foam. Gio, she immediately alerted her patron. Fret not, I am here. He will never come near to endangering you. The voice of the monarch reverberated. That's good. Gio, she smiled as she saw the figure racing through the air at her. That seems to be the Jian Wushuang, whom you have spoken of. Is he? Humph. Very well. I will send him off to his death, since he has delivered himself to my doorstep. The cold-blooded voice came again. He was only nearby, using certain methods of sorcery to keep himself hidden. Jian Wushuang streaked through the air, but he stopped suddenly when he was nearly 20,000 kilometers far away from that woman. Something is not right. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows rose with doubt. The woman should have noticed my coming. Yet she has shown no reaction nor alarm. Not even the forces of the Jin Kingdom has shown any movement. Be careful, Jian Wushuang. This might be a trap. The Gu King warned him. I understand. Jian Wushuang answered as his eyes squinted. He cast forth his spiritual senses, a wave of his fire of soul that rippled from him and reached far and wide like a tide of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a facsimile of the entire landscape of the terrain around him was conceived in his mind. Jian Wushuang could now spiritually see and read his surroundings through his mind. Ah! Immediately he noticed a strange distortion in the air, just beside the woman. The part of the area seemed perfectly normal to the naked eye, but the distortion in the continuum of space in that area showed that someone was standing there invisibly. Indeed, there is someone hidden. Jian Wushuang instantly realized it is a rather quaint technique. No common universe master is able to employ a sorcery of this level. Moreover, common universe masters would hardly dare to spring a trap upon me. The one that is now hidden from sight. Could it be that it is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang could not help feeling a shudder in his mind. The highly exalted monarch of the Jin Kingdom, a warrior of the highest order himself, should be the only one of the entire Jin Kingdom most capable of defeating him. There is a strong possibility that it is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom hiding to ambush you. Retreat now, Jian Wushuang, back to the battle fortress and regroup with the others. The Gu King urged him. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded. Floating high above in the air, he took another step forward as if he was still adamant on continuing. But his foot had barely fallen when he instantly performed the dragon blood secret skill and sped as quickly as the winds could bear him. This had not gone unnoticed by the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, whose expression turned furious. He'd noticed me. Humph. But still, there is no escaping your fate. He gave a bitter snort. What followed was a strong and terrifying aura, one which was able to strike fear and despair into the hearts of all experts from both the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire world alike. The aura shot into the air with the semblance of a terrible beast pouncing upon its prey. A golden flash of light tore through the sky with trails of gilded sparkles at its tail, like a shooting star flying over the sky. Die! The monarch's scowling face darkened with rage as he growled and pierced forth with the jet-black spear he held in his hand. A shimmering distortion broke open in the air before his thrust, allowing the spear to enter through it. Another distortion appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and from within it. The black spear thrust forth at him with the speed and deadliness of a striking serpent. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished, caught off guard by the sudden strike. He had already noticed that something was wrong, and he had turned back, speeding as swiftly as he could to safety. But never had he expected that the stroke, unleashed by the monarch thousands of kilometers away, could defy the laws of physics and strike at him from afar. The terrible thrust of the spear snapped dangerously at him. Jian Wushuang felt only a cold shiver of fear that made his hair stand as his senses tingled wildly, warning him of the impending danger. The dawn light technique. Instinctively, Jian Wushuang brandished his sword. The Blood Mountain sword trembled in his grasp, channeling the powers of its own. The sword stabbed forward swiftly, shining with a blinding illumination resembling the first light of day, just as a shroud of darkness beset upon his surroundings. Jian Wushuang performed the stroke of dawn technique with all his might. His sword clashed against the black spear, as steel gnashed furiously at steel with a force that had even severely injured the Long Su King. Bump! The force of the thrust was transmitted to his arm via his sword. It was so powerful that his arm instantly bulged and exploded into bits of shredded flesh and viscera. The Blood Mountain sword was flung quickly away from him by the magnitude of the blast. But fatal peril was still at hand. The black spear was not withdrawn. Instead, its force spread from what was left of his ruptured arm and struck his torso, causing him internal injuries. Erg! Jian Wushuang spat a huge mouthful of blood. His face grew instantly pale white as he grew weakened, but he was still alive. Propelled backward by the force of the attack he had suffered, Jian Wushuang turned and hurled himself towards the directions of the battle fortress, retrieving the Blood Mountain sword as he bolted back to safety. Shoo! Jian Wushuang zipped through the air like a projectile tearing at great speeds, desperately escaping back into the sanctuary of the fortress. As he entered the hold of the fortress, the figure of the monarch of the Jin kingdom shimmered into sight. He had wanted to chase Jian Wushuang, but he was thwarted by the barriers held by the fortress itself. He's managed to escape? The monarch muttered coldly. As a sovereign who had finally decided to take matters into his own hands, he had failed to slay Jian Wushuang. Interesting. This Jian Wushuang does have a few tricks up his sleeves. He's been able to notice my presence, endured what should have been a fatal blow to him, and yet he still lives. The monarch emitted a light giggle, looking hardly distressed, even though he was not able to put Jian Wushuang to his death. There was still the vortex, which was nearing completion. Jian Wushuang and all the experts of the Green Fire world will not be able to escape their death when the ritual is ready. Jian Wushuang rushed into the hold of the battle fortress. He crashed into the floor, leaving a huge crater with cracks stretching wide. Jian Wushuang, Master Wushuang, the Samsara Temple Master, the Void Temple Masters, and the rest of his comrade hurried over to see to him. Everyone huddled around Jian Wushuang, only to see him barely hanging onto his life. He was drenched in blood, feebly weak as his entire right arm was gone, left only with blood and viscera. I am still alive. Barely. It was fortunate that I noticed something's wrong and immediately escape. My original body would never have survived if I have taken but one more step forward. Jian Wushuang breathed, grateful for still being alive. A careful person, as he usually was, Jian Wushuang had intentionally left behind his secondary body at the battle fortress. He would still be alive even if the original body was annihilated by the monarch earlier. But he would lose his equipment and treasures, such as the blood-killing plate armor and the Blood Mountain sword, if he had indeed sacrificed his original body earlier. Chapter 1221. The Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Chapter 12:21 The Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was still alive, his comrades heaved a sigh of relief. A trap! That's indeed a trap. The great monarch of the Jin kingdom did not appear even at the first battle. To think that he would elect to conceal himself to ambush Master Wushuang, hardly the conduct befitting a king. Huge roars of anger and indignant shoutings arose within the deep of the battle fortress. The palace masters of the green fire world immediately convened to discuss their plans. With incredible restorative powers of his own, coupled with the help of the Gu King, Jian Wushuang required only a short period to heal himself with a new arm fully regrown. Palace Master Yin, I am afraid no one is better than you in the skills of using magical formations. Do you have any inkling as to what that black and white vortex is? The Samsara temple master sat in his throne and asked, his deep voice rumbling with concern. The rest of the palace masters present immediately turned to look at Palace Master Yin. Palace Master Yin was one of the oldest entities in the green fire world. Long had he been deep in delving into the arcane skills and masteries of using magical barriers and formations. Indeed, there was no better person than he who knew more about magical formations. Palace Master Yin frowned as he raked his mind for answers to the inquiry of the temple master. It took quite some time before he uttered, the black and white swirling mass is a mixture of two different energies of opposing polarities. The conjurer of the mass has harnessed both energies to create a revolving cycle that consumes and breaks apart both air and space around it. That is indeed a magical formation. More importantly, it looks oddly alike to a formation I have once read about in an ancient codex, the grand formation of the enduring samsara. Yes, it looks almost the same. The grand formation of the enduring samsara. This sent a shudder across the crowd of palace masters present. Yes, that swirling mass of black and white color is indeed the grand formation of the enduring samsara. Jian Wushuang's voice came suddenly. The Gu King had earlier recognized the spinning vortex. This is bad. Woe is upon us, if that is really the grand formation that you spoke of. Palace Master Yun's voice grew deep and hoarse. The ancient codex that I have once read is actually chanced upon by experts of the Green Fire Palace, somewhere from this vast battlefield. Despite having recorded many unique and powerful magical formations, much of the codex has been damaged and scattered with missing chapters and pages. The descriptions of this formation in the codex is incomplete. But from the pieces of fragmental information remaining, it is safe to conclude that the grand formation is indeed terrible and dangerous to us all. The swirling vortex might seem ordinary and harmless, and even a Tao master may easily destroy it. But once completed, the vortex will increase into a gargantuan size in only 2 hours. By then, there will be no ways for us to destroy it. 2 hours. The stunned crowd of palace masters began to look worried. It had been more than 2 hours since the woman of the Jin kingdom began her rituals to conjure the vortex. Could this not mean that the grand formation had fully stabilized? Indeed, what Master Yin said is correct. With only 2 hours, the grand formation will be fully secured. That's why I urged you to strike immediately before. It's imperative that you destroy the formation before it nears completion. But now, the voice of the Gu King rang grimly in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang grimaced with dread. He turned to Palace Master Yin. Master Yin, what powers does the grand formation wield? Will it keep on expanding? Yes, it will grow ceaselessly. Palace Master Yin acknowledged. Its reach now will hardly be able to threaten us. But as it grows in size, so does its strength. Its powers will draw in and swallow everything around it. With no one to stop it, its growth will never see its end. The vortex will only require a few years to grow into a staggering size. By then, it will be able to destroy this battle fortress and reduce us into shreds. The green fire world, having lesser endurance than that of the battle fortress, will surely fall as well. What? The palace masters present were all astounded. With only a few years of maturation, the swirling vortex of energies would be able to destroy even the battle fortress. With the battle fortress and the green fire world remaining anchored and immovable, the position of the vortex just in front of the fortress would make the fortress its first and foremost prey when it grew larger. So, the Gene Kingdom would only have to wait and watch us being devoured by this vortex when they would not need to even lose any of their soldiers. The Void Temple Master uttered with shock. That is true. Palace Master, Yun nodded wearily. Silence filled the hall as the palace masters instantly fell into a sullen dismay of fear and dread. They were still reveling in the victory of the first battle not long ago, honestly believing that they finally had the power to challenge the Gene Kingdom. They were confident that they would prevail, but never had they expected that the Gene Kingdom employed the use of something so deadly and terrible. The grand formation of the enduring samsara that was such a terrifying horror. No, we cannot allow it to continue growing. We must destroy it before it destroys us. The samsara temple master bellowed. We must destroy it at once. The vortex will be our greatest nightmare if not removed. An unconquerable resolution shone in their eyes. In one way or another, the black and white vortex must be stopped. Palace Master Yin, you seem to be most familiar with this grand formation. Do you have any suggestions? The Samsara Temple Master looked towards the Palace Master Yin. The old Palace Master shook his head. I am afraid not. As I have mentioned earlier, the information of the grand formation in the ancient codex is hardly complete. The description of it is all I have. What? We do not know how. There was hushed murmuring and dark glances shared among the masters. Do you know of any way to undo this formation, Gu King? Jian Wushuang asked his companion. Despite my adventures in the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhen, I have barely any understanding in magical formations. I have once seen with my own eyes another grand formation of the enduring samsara, another one which had grown for millennia, but it was an immensely powerful entity who have destroyed it. The Gu King related of his tale. Destroyed with sheer raw power? Jian Wushuang was surprised. You would best find another way yourself. The one who destroyed the grand formation I had seen was one of the most powerful supreme entities, one who was equal to the founder of the Star Bloodline. None of you here possess any strengths that could hope to match his. The Gu King remarked. Chapter 1222 and Solution. Chapter 1222 and Solution. What is to be done, then? Jian Wushuang turned angry and growled. Is there nothing we can do, save to watching blindly as the vortex swells and grows until it destroys us? The palace masters were a sullen and worried look. Should we try for an all-out assault and kill the woman who is still working on the rituals of the grand formation? The Tang Emperor suggested. That would hardly help. Palace Master Yin shook his head heavily. Once enduring samsara formation is formed, even we kill the man who plays the formation, it will continue to expand without an end. Is there really no solution to this? The Samsara Temple Master asked, refusing to relent. I still have much to learn in the skills of conjuring magical formation. There could still be a chance if we have help from someone who is more adept and proficient in the use of these skills. Palace Master Yin admitted. One who is more adept and proficient than you in the skills of using magical formations. The Samsara Temple Master gave a short and bitter laugh. Who else save for you, Master Yin? You are the greatest in the skills of conjuring magical formations. Who else can we look to if you too know not of any solutions? The rest of the palace masters shook their heads furtively in dismay. I may know one. one whose skills in the sorcery of magical formation could outvie even Palace Master Yin. There were gasps and exclamation of shock as a voice rose from the midst of the dejected crowd. It was the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Every eye present instantly turned and trained upon the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, is there anyone you know whose skills in the sorcery of magical formation bests even Master Yin? The Samsara Temple Master asked with shock and distraught. There is another whose skill in formation outstrips mine in the green fire world. Even Palace Master Yun himself could hardly believe what he had heard. He had the utmost confidence in the skillfulness of his craft. For a long time, even he himself had truly believed that he was the greatest conjurer of magical formations in the green fire world. Otherwise, he would never have been charged with manning the huge magical formation at the edge of the vast battlefield. Yet, in an abrupt manner, the Sunrise Sword Emperor proclaimed that there was still another whose skills in the craft of using magical formation outvied him. In fact, I do. But whether his skills in the crafts of using magical formation eclipses Master Yin, that I cannot say. But his skills are truly unfathomable, to say the least. The Sunrise Sword Emperor confessed solemnly, "Do you still remember the magical barrier in the Hall of Crucified Minds 30,000 years ago?" The Hall of Crucified Minds. The memory seemed to strike Palace Master Yin hard. He hastily said, "Of course I do. That was a site of opportunity encountered by us 30,000 years ago. We have found plenty of treasures and resources there, and I remember the powerful magical barrier that was holding the hall. You have summoned for my assistance to destroy the barrier when you found the hall back then. The destruction alone had taken me a few hundred years of research, yet I have only accomplished so little. I would require at least more than another millennium before I can truly undo the magical barrier. But it was you. Somehow you had found a way to destroy the barrier, a way which had eliminated the barrier in mere moments. Indeed, the Sunrise Sword Emperor acknowledged as he smiled. Indeed, I had found a way to destroy the barrier, but it was taught to me by a mysterious person who is a true enigma. An enigma? Everyone kept their gazes transfixed upon the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Yes, he exudes a strange presence. It was by chance that I encountered him, and he was apparently studying the craft of magical formations. Knowing that he could be a learned scholar in the craft, I illustrated the magical barriers in the Hall of Crucified Minds and showed it to him. With merely a glance, he could immediately teach me the way of destroying it. The Sunrise Sword Emperor admitted. What? Palace Master Yin was instantly astonished by this revelation. This is impossible. He knew how to destroy that barrier with a mere glance? The insides of Palace Master Yin squirmed violently with anxiety. For centuries he had searched, delved, and scrapped through every resource he came across, only to find a mere inkling to how should the barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds be removed. Yet there was one, a person who had been able to see the weaknesses of the barrier with only one simple look. Is there truly one such conjurer of magical formation who wields such abilities in the green fire world? Palace Master Yin challenged immediately. I speak only the truth, but there is also the possibility that he is familiar with only that particular barrier. But still, just as I have said before, the man is strange and unusual. The Sword Emperor clearly admired the stranger greatly. Be that as it may, we have no other options but to implore his help. He may be able to provide us with ways to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara. Palace Master Yin remarked quickly, Sword Emperor, where is he now? This mysterious stranger. The Samsara Temple Master asked with haste. Sadly, I know nothing of the person's origins. I only know that he exudes a most unusual aura. He was of the eternal realm when I met him, that I am sure of. But even I, who was a universe master then, could not fully sense the full extent of his powers. The Sunrise Sword Emperor revealed. But there was one man amongst the crowd of dazed spectators who jumped with recognition. It was Jian Wushuang, a man who appeared to be of the eternal realm, yet not even the Sunrise Sword Emperor could truly discern his full powers. Could it be? Is he not? Sword Emperor. Jian Wushuang looked immediately to the Sunrise Sword Emperor. The mysterious stranger you mentioned, is he called Xian Yi? Xian Yi. The Sunrise Sword Emperor shook his head. I do not know the person's real name. Jian Wushuang immediately pressed on. Have you given him a token that contained 3 sword essences as repayment of the favor when he had taught you about the ways to remove the barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds? Yes. How did you know that? The Sunrise Sword Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and surprise. Despite hearing the Sword Emperor's words, they did not register into the mind of Jian Wushuang, whose face instantly turned eerie. This stranger, although outwardly an Eternal Realm practitioner back then, was able to notice the ways to destroy the powerful barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds with a mere look. His true powers were so unfathomable that not even the Sunrise Sword Emperor, who was then a universe master, could not fully gauge his full greatness. Most importantly, the Sunrise Sword Emperor had given him a token that contained 3 sword essences for the favor he has been accorded. The details have fully illustrated the identity of the mysterious stranger. Everyone, if I am right, I believe I know the person whom the Sword Emperor spoke of. Jian Wushuang declared. You know him. The eyes of the other palace masters twinkled with hope as they turned to look at Jian Wushuang at once. I not only know him. In fact, he is my teacher. Jian Wushuang croaked hoarsely. Your master. The epiphany took everyone by surprise. He is your master? Even the Sunrise Sword Emperor turned to stare at Jian Wushuang, his shock and bewilderment hardly concealed. Indeed he is. The token that you have given him. He had passed it on to me. I was then a fresh student in martial skills who was still powerless and weak. The 3 sword essences you have imbued into the token had saved me many times. Jian Wushuang revealed with a smile. That is great. The Sunrise Sword Emperor beamed with delight. Send word to your teacher at once, Jian Wushuang. We need to see if he has any solution to break the enduring samsara formation. Understood. I will send word right away. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 1223 Instructions. Chapter 1223 Instructions. Teacher. Jian Wushuang communicated with his mentor. Yes. It did not take long for Xian Yi to respond. Second senior brother has gone, Jian Wushuang said with grief. I know it already. Xian Yi exhaled lightly and continued. All fates are predestined. It was his inescapable destiny. I cannot help it, too. Jian Wushuang heaved a heavy and sorrowful breath as well. That should hardly be the only matter you reach out to me for, is it not? Xian Yi said. Indeed, teacher. Jian Wushuang answered. There is a problem that I need your help with. Problem? Continue. Xian Yi replied, his tone still cool and indifferent as ever. Xian Yi had 4 disciples, all of which had reached the level of Tao masters, most notably Jian Wushuang, who was now one of the strongest warriors of the Green Fire World. But never had he requested for favors from his disciples. Rather, it was his students who had repeated reach to him for help. Well, the problem is, Jian Wushuang then explained the problem and situation of the battlefield to his teacher. Ah, enduring samsara formation? Xian Yi's brows twitched with interest. I see that the monarch of the Jin Kingdom has expended a great deal this time to have employed a magical formation of such magnitude and destruction. Enduring samsara formation is hardly a small problem. Indeed it is, teacher. That is why I have only you to request for help from. Jian Wushuang answered. That will hardly be a problem. Enduring samsara formation itself is hardly invulnerable. Xian Yi remarked. So there are indeed ways to stop it? Jian Wushuang asked, with relief and joy brimming in his heart. Enduring samsara formation is, in essence, a formation comprised of two completely different energies of opposing nature being harnessed in an endless cycle. The formation can be easily destroyed by disrupting the cycle or completely reversing the cycle itself. Xian Yi explained as he smiled thinly. I can think of 6 different ways to destroy it. What? Jian Wushuang blurted with astonishment. What is it, Jian Wushuang? The palace masters standing around him noticed the clamor and looked in his way. My teacher had just told me that there's 6 ways to destroy enduring samsara formation. Jian Wushuang explained. His words left them speechless and stunned. Palace Master Yun's eyes widened into the size of eggs as he took in the words with disbelief. They had been enduring both despair and disappointment as their desperate search for ways to destroy the enduring samsara formation, but had yielded no results. Yet, unexpectedly, the teacher of Jian Wushuang revealed that there are 6 methods of destroying it. There are indeed 6 different ways to destroy enduring samsara formation. But with the current strength of the green fire world, I'm afraid there is only one way. Xian Yi communicated. What way? Jian Wushuang asked again anxiously. As long as the formation could be destroyed, even one single way was all they need for now. Listen to me. Illustrate for me the profile of the swirling vortex of the formation. Xian Yi instructed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. With his magical powers, Jian Wushuang drew an image of the vortex as he stood in the hall, as instructed by Xian Yi. The magical formation might look ordinary to the eye, like a harmless vortex of swirling black and white fumes. But in truth, the formation had hidden within itself a lot of intricacies which made it a very powerful and complex sorcery. So complicated was its conjuration that even Palace Master Yin could not find out its weakness for now. With the image completed, Xian Yi's voice came to him again. Remember these 4 points I show you. Xian Yi pointed to Jian Wushuang. 4 different points upon the grand formation. Remember this 4 points. These are the pillars that sustain the grand formation. At the centermost part between all 4 points lies the fatal pressure point of the formation. I will now pass on to you another set of skill, a sword formation that requires 4 persons. Xian Yi instructed with great detail. A sword formation? Jian Wushuang gasped with wonder. The enduring samsara formation becomes virtually invulnerable once it reaches full maturity. Even with the knowledge of its pressure point, you will also require a powerful force to fully threaten it. None of you in the green fire world possess of such strength. That is why you can only rely on a sword formation. Xian Yi elaborated on his instructions. Understood, teacher. Jian Wushuang answered. Xian Yi then taught Jian Wushuang the skill set needed for the sword formation. Now that you have the knowledge to use the sword formation, you'll have 4 people standing upon the 4 points I have instructed to you earlier and attack the pressure point in unison. This will allow you to destroy the grand formation. Xian Yi directed. Remember, you have to reduce the duration needed to fuse all 4 of your powers. Tarry any longer, and the grand formation will grow stronger and stronger. Not even I will be able to help it if everything is too late. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, teacher. Jian Wushuang cried gratefully. There is no need for thanks. This will be a very perilous and trying hour for you and your 2 senior brothers. Just be careful. That is enough for me. Xian Yi left him a smile as he terminated the connection of their communication. How is it, Jian Wushuang? The palace masters standing around him all looked at him hopefully. Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly and gazed around him. Loudly he announced, My teacher has taught me the skill set for using a sword formation. With it, we shall be able to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara formation. A sword formation? The palace masters around him could hardly believe their ears. Master Yin, you are the most gifted and the most learned in the skills of conjuring magical formations. This is the sword formation that my teacher had just taught me to use. Would you please have a look and see if it will work? Jian Wushuang recorded the teachings of his mentor into writing and showed it to Palace Master Yin. Knowing that there might be doubt and skepticism from the many palace masters present despite his own complete faith in his teacher, Jian Wushuang had divulged the method instructed to him by his Xian Yi. I will first have a look, Palace Master Yin said, and he immediately began poring through the details. The assembly of palace masters waited in silence, as did Jian Wushuang, as they hoped for the best. After some time, Palace Master Yin finally came to a conclusion. Jian Wushuang. The elderly palace master turned to face Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, right before the staring eyes of the entire assembly, he bowed respectfully to Jian Wushuang. Master Yin, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang uttered with shock. The entire crowd around them was instantly stunned. Palace Master Yin rose to his feet and smiled. The respects I paid were not for you, but your teacher. It is he who has given us of the green fire world a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope! The news brought joyous anticipation of optimism to everyone around. The words of Palace Master Yin had affirmed that Xian Yi's instruction would work in destroying the grand formation. Indeed, it will work. The Samsara Temple Master asked with impatiently. Jian Wushuang's teacher is, without doubt, one of the greatest masters in the skills of using magical formations. Even the most complex grand formation of the enduring samsara had been easily dissected and examined with such ease to him. Even the sword formation that he had taught was exceedingly complicated. The grand formation would most likely be destroyed as long as we follow the instructions he had left for the sword formation. Palace Master Yin announced. Chapter 1224, The Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. Chapter 1224, The Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. It will most likely work. The palace masters around instantly erupted with cheers and applause at the confirmation of Palace Master Yin. That is great. Jian Wushuang's teacher is invincible in the skills of using magical formations. Since we have the plans now, let not lose any more time. Some of the palace master urged anxiously. Let's not be hasty. Palace Master Yin waved dismissively before he continued, composed and reserved as he was. The methods proposed here will work. The sword formation that Jian Wushuang's teacher has imparted to him is also complex and powerful, but there is a strict requirement for the 4 persons who will operate the formation. Ah! The sudden remark made everyone look at him. It is called the Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. It requires 4 completely different sword principles that conflict with each other. This means that the 4 people operating the formation will each have to create a mighty sword principle of their own. What's more, the 4 would have to at least be universe masters. Palace Master Yin explained gravely. Create the most mighty sword principle, and they have to be at least a universe master? The palace masters present were all taken aback by the sudden notice of predicaments. It would hardly be a hindrance if only the strengths of universe masters were required. Unlike 80 years ago, the current green fire world has produced more than 20 universe masters, all of whom could have been easy candidates for the sword formation. But they now encountered a conundrum. The 4 chosen warriors would have to create a most powerful sword principle. The creation of the strongest sword principle, which was a feat of intense difficulty. The strongest sword principle had always remained a myth in the green fire world. There has only been a handful of people who have been able to create sword principles of such tremendous power and potency in 40 million years. But now they needed for such virtuosos of martial skills, all of whom must be capable of forging the strongest sword principle. This was an impossible task. Where in the entire green fire world are we going to find such people? Red Lotus asked absent-mindedly. Even the rest of the palace masters have turned sullen and dejected. But Jian Wushuang, hardly beaten, rumbled instead, "We have! There are 4 such warriors in the green fire world." Ah! This made everyone look at him. The Sunrise Sword Emperor and I have both once created the strongest sword principles of our own. In fact, we have forged 2. Moreover, I have an additional original body, which wields also the strength of a universe master. I alone can operate 2 of the 4 points of the quadruple supreme sword formation. With the Sunrise Sword Emperor, we will now have 3 points covered. Jiang Wushuang said, "That is true." The eyes of the assembled masters twinkled once more with hope. Jian Wushuang had displayed the prowess of his 2 original bodies in the battle before. Despite not fully equal in strength, both of his bodies possessed the strength of universe masters. With the 2 strongest sword principles of his creation at hand, his original bodies could adequately man 2 of the 4 points of the sword formation. Your original bodies do possess the requirements. As long as the sword principles you wield are different and the bodies are able to act as separate entities. Palace Master Yun nodded at his assent. But we are still short of 1 more. Red Lotus frowned with distress. Everyone, please forget not my father, who has created also the strongest sword principle of his own. Jian Wushuang announced, "Your father." The rest of the assembled masters were surprised. Jian Nantian, another prodigy in swordsmanship whose talents and skills were no less wanting if compared to Jian Wushuang and the Sunrise Sword Emperor. It was due to an injury which he had suffered during his youth that his potential has waned. Then again, he was still a powerful swordsman whose strength none dared question nor challenge. It was no secret that Jian Nantian had once forged a strongest sword principle of his own. But it was due to his long years of wandering that his name did not come to the mind of the rest of the warriors of the green fire world. His travels that have brought him out of the domain of the green fire world and the emergence and fame of his own son, Jian Wushuang, had partially made him a forgotten myth. Jian Wushuang, your father has reached the level of universe master? Palace Master Yun looked to him inquiringly. Indeed, he has. But the voice did not come from Jian Wushuang. Rather, it was the Samsara Temple Master who had answered in Jian Wushuang's stead. Being the teacher of Jian Nantian, the Samsara Temple Master was also aware of Jian Nanchan's situation. During the preparations for war, we of the Green Fire Palace have amassed huge quantities of nirvana elixirs. It was these elixirs which have helped bolster the ranks of our universe masters. Knowing that Jian Nantian himself possessed remarkable potential, I knew that it is very likely that he will be able to reach the level of universe master. Hence, I have given him one of the elixirs, and he has achieved success. It's just that he has yet to reach the Green Fire Palace. The Samsara Temple Master explained. The Green Fire Palace was extremely stringent in its distribution of nirvana elixirs. Only holy masters who were close to achieving the rank of universe master would receive the elixirs as a supplement. With 1 nirvana elixir, Jian Nantian had managed a breakthrough back then. The Sunrise Sword Emperor, although possessing strength equal to that of a universe master, was only a holy master. He had consumed one of the 4 nirvana elixirs procured by the Green Fire Palace during their battle for the Loyalty Palace. Alas, his efforts had yet to bear fruit. The nirvana elixirs could only be consumed once. If its effects had yielded only failures, Additional consumption of the elixir would hardly help. I have earlier communicated with my father. He will come to join us in this battle once he has made necessary arrangements for my mother. Jian Wushuang explained. That is great. Palace Master Yun beamed with delight. Pray to send word that he hasten. With him, you and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, you shall operate the quadruple supreme sword formation. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded and left to deliver another message to his father. For years, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming had been wandering around from glen to glen upon the wide swords of the Green Fire world, enjoying their travels across the Void Continent, the Samsara Continent, and many other ancient worlds. But he had interrupted his travels ever since word of the fateful war between the Green Fire world and the Jin Kingdom came to him. He began to make arrangements for Ji Wuming and prepared himself for the battles ahead. He was, after all, a member of the Green Fire world. With the Nirvana elixir which had helped propel him into the ranks of Universe Master, the current Jian Nantian was also one of the most formidable warriors of the Green Fire world. Receiving words from Jian Wushuang, he immediately set off for the battlefield. With only a few days, he reached the battle fortress. Father, Jian Wushuang could hardly suppress a smile as he beheld the proud and stern man before him, who was his father. Jian Wushuang could distinctly feel that his father's presence was no longer what it was through his years of wandering. The Jian Nantian of old held Ji Wuming dear to his heart, constantly concerned about her well-being, but his years of traveling with her seemed to have mellowed him out. Mother is well? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Jian Nantian nodded. In truth, it hardly makes any difference. None will be spared from the merciless onslaught of the Jin Kingdom should we lose this battle. We will not lose the battle, father, Jian Wushuang remarked vehemently. Indeed, because we cannot afford any failure. Jian Wushuang agreed and smiled. The father and son shared a few words before they joined Sunrise Sword Emperor in studying the quadruple supreme sword formation. Chapter 1225, The Fire Puppet. Chapter 1225, The Fire Puppet. It was in a dark, vast expanse. This was the Oblivion Palace, the site where Jian Wushuang had fought against the celestial master Malignity in a fierce and furious duel. It was in the dark hemlock of the huge darkness in the Oblivion Palace that Jian Wushuang's two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, were standing together. A token hung in midair before them, and it was the instructions to operate the quadruple supreme sword formation. This is the quadruple supreme sword formation, a formation that combines our attacks into one. Jian Nantian asked as studying it curiously. Indeed, it combines our powers and amplifies it greatly if we are able to bring out its greatest potential. With the powers of this sword formation, we will be able to unleash a force that will even surpass that of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom and destroy the Grand Formation by striking at its pressure point. Jian Wushuang explained. I see. Let us hasten then. We must master the skills of using this sword formation as fast as we can. The Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Indeed, time is of the essence. Jian Nantian nodded somberly. Immediately, the four began their rehearsals in the midst of the shrouding darkness. In this dimension, the four could practice freely without fear of being disturbed. Knowing that time was a luxury for them, they trained and rehearsed for night and day without rest. Time fleeted by swiftly. With a blink of an eye, so passed a year. An uneasy peace had endured quietly in the past year between the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire world. There had not been any clashes or disputes between both factions, not even the most insignificant conflict. The only jot of unrest lied only with the black and white swirling mass of energy that has been ceaselessly spinning thousands of miles away from the battle fortress. One could hardly remember its feebleness when it was first conjured a year ago. But the vortex had outgrown its original size in leaps and bounds in merely 12 months, that it was now a gargantuan monstrosity. Within the fastness of the Oblivion Palace. Attack! Thunderous cries came from 4 corners of the sword formation in unison as the figures brandished their blades as one. For jets of sword essences shot into the air. The 4 geysers of energies poured with incredible strength, shuddering with terrifying force. The bolts of energies tore through the air and came down together and bombarded the empty space at the center of the 4. Boom! The fabric of space at the center tore asunder by the huge force, forming a void that threatened to engulf all mass and matter around it. Jian Wushuang's 2 original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, regarded with cold indifference at their handiwork. Almost there. Jian Wushuang could not help a smile of satisfaction. The magic of this sword formation is really complex that it has taken a year and countless hours of practice for us to fully grasp the subtle finesse needed to properly operate this formation. Jian Nantian smiled. We can hardly wait no longer. We have expended a year's time. Despite not having a perfect mastery of the formation has been able to produce a peak yield of energy with our current skills. That should be enough. The Sword Emperor remarked. I concur. Jian Nantian nodded. Let us prepare ourselves then. We strike tomorrow. Jian Wushuang proclaimed. Very well. The Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian both agreed. The next day, the forces of the Green Fire World assembled at the edges of the fortress. Shielded by the magical barriers of the battle fortress, they looked over and saw the gargantuan vortex swirling menacingly before them. The vortex now spanned thousands of kilometers, wide like a terrifying and monstrous abomination. Yet despite its size, the black and white spinning vortex was still growing at blinding pace. In only a year it has grown to such horrifying bulk, reaching for thousands of kilometers, and yet it still grows. If given another year to grow, I wager it will enlarge into a terrible mammoth in hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. Palace Master Yun moaned gravely. Hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. The warriors of the Green Fire World were all shocked with the ominous premonition. It was understandable, for even Universe Master needs some time to travel across such vast distances. Yet the grand formation before them would grow into such egregious hugeness in only a year. Despite its size, the vortex's drawing force is still yet to fully mature. Universe Masters are able to withstand its pull. We are hardly affected by its force, the battle fortresses, protective barriers. But if it were to grow again for another year, the drawing force would increase at least 100-fold. By then, even a Universe Master will not be able to resist its pull and even be instantly obliterated. This battle fortress will also be engulfed by the vortex in 10 years. Palace Master Yun explained with detail. We strike now. We must now lose any more time. Jian Wushuang spoke pensively. Samsara Temple Master, is the puppet fighter ready? It is. The Samsara Temple Master nodding as he waved his hand and summoned a silvery figure that appeared before him. It was a puppet fighter clad in silver armor, armed with a long silver spear. The puppet fighter bore the appearance of a man of stern demeanor. His eyes showed no emotions, gleaming with a cold silvery blush. Is that the puppet fighter that could fight against the monarch of the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang looked at the puppet in silver armor and felt a cold shiver. This puppet fighter was the trump card of the Green Fire World aside from battle formations and the battle fortress. A puppet fighter that could best even the monarch of the Jin Kingdom himself. The flame deity puppet? Moreover, one of the level of silver armor? The Gu King's voice rose with amazement from within Jian Wushuang. Do you know what this puppet, Gu King? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course I do. The Gu King smiled thinly with pride. The fire deity puppet is well renowned in the eternal chaotic world. It has 3 different classes: copper armor, silver armor, and gold armor. The copper armor counterpart of this puppet possesses strength equal to that of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Hence, it is likely that this silver armor puppet would be more powerful than the monarch. But sadly, this puppet has been damaged. With the green fire world lacking fire crystals, this puppet might not be able to relive its former glory. But still, it should be able to hold off the monarch for some time. That alone the puppet is capable of. Of course, as long as it is able to buy us time. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. With the possibility that the monarch could be lurking nearby, they need someone to hold him off while Jian Wushuang and his comrades conjure the sword formation to destroy the enduring samsara formation. But with no one in the green fire world being able to pit evenly against the monarch, they could only rely on the fire deity puppet. Chapter 1226 Fighting. Chapter 1226 Fighting. With the vortex growing to such size, the spaceship of the Jin Kingdom had long retreated farther away, leaving on the monarch of the Jin Kingdom with the woman who was the conjurer of the formation nearby. I will leave this puppet fighter with you, Jian Wushuang. Everything hinges upon your success. Go with our blessings and hope. The Samsara Temple Master said to him gravely, Leave everything to me. Jian Wushuang nodded to him as he received control of the puppet fighter. Father, Sword Emperor, we strike now. Jian Wushuang muttered, his eyes burning with conviction as a second original body materialized beside him. Of course. Having readied themselves, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor were already waiting for Jian Wushuang's signal. They disembarked the fortress, and the 4 flew towards the eye of the spiraling vortex. But the proud, contemptuous conjurer of the vortex, Jiu Shi I instantly noticed their auras once they took into the sky. At last, after 1 year, the green fire world has finally begun to act. She cast her gaze into the distance, studying at the 4 figures coming at her. What are they thinking of doing? Do they not intend to destroy the formation? But for 1 year they have waited, and the grand formation has grown to such size. Is it not too late? She wondered as she felt pleased and confident with herself. Even in the realm of the eternal chaotic world, the enduring samsara formation was flagrantly notorious as a formation that could easily destroy worlds and lay waste to dimensions. Surely its magic could never be easily undone. Moreover, the grand formation had cultivated itself to its current deformity over the past year. It would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to destroy the grand formation now. It is unfathomable that the green fire world, a domain which has little to nil dealings with the eternal chaotic world, would have any way to destroy the grand formation. Surely it could not even be possible. Yet, despite her overbearing confidence in her impending success, she was careful enough to immediately contact the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. The monarch had also been hiding nearby for the entire year. Finally, there came an opportunity for him to shake off his year-long restlessness. Jian Wushuang. The monarch had been observing the 4 approaching figures when they approached. A wicked and sinister smile lined across his face. It was by sheer luck that you have been able to slip through my fingers last time, but you will never be so lucky this time. The 4 flew closer and closer to the eye of the vortex, under the watchful eye of the monarch observing them. We are nearing the eye of the vortex. But why is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom not showing himself? Jian Nantian wondered, his face wearing a solemn expression of concern. Have no worry, father. I have found his approximate position, and I am still observing him. I will release the flame deity puppet upon him if he shows himself, so that he would not be able to disturb us. The woman is only an ordinary universe master. I have something prepared for her. Jian Wushuang said to him. He had long projected his strength of soul to locate the position of the disguised monarch who could still be oblivious to the vulnerability of his concealment. This was the advantage of using his strength of soul. The strength of soul was a form of energy, most powerful and potent. It was only through his inverse cultivation that Jian Wushuang had been able to harness such powers. Then again, this was merely a fraction of the strength's full potential and faculties. Ah, I see he can wait no more. Jian Wushuang noticed, the edge of his lips curling. His senses had picked up the movements of the monarch, who was now coming at them stealthily. Ha ha ha! Despite possessing strength greater than that of mine, the monarch intends to put me to death by using camouflage and ambush. Hardly a conduct befitting that of a king. Jian Wushuang chuckled with disdain. He waited until the monarch was about thousands of kilometers away before he threw his arms outwards. A silvery flash of light shot from the folds of his sleeve. Boom! The flame deity puppet emerged imperiously with a strong and terrifying aura that poured forth with the force of a broken dam, an indomitable and staggering presence which could deflate even a universe master such as the Samsara Temple Master himself. His cold eyes flared with a silver glint, training upon the monarch of the Jin kingdom under the commands of Jian Wushuang. He began to move, striding forward towards the monarch. With one single step, the puppet defied all laws of physics as a step landed him directly in front of the monarch. He had covered thousands of kilometers with one single step. The tip of his silvery spear rose like a bolt of lightning as the puppet brandished the weapon and stabbed furiously at the monarch. What did they do? Even the monarch himself was taken aback by the sudden haste of the puppet's attack. He had not expected Jian Wushuang to have locked onto his position, nor had he expected that he would be under attack suddenly. Swift and strong was the stroke unleashed by the puppet that even the monarch broke into cold sweat. This unknown warrior possessed strength hardly inferior to his. In fact, it could even be stronger than his. Humph! The monarch grunted with defiant rage and summoned into his grasp his black spear. The long polearm gleamed with a supple blush as it appeared, heeding its master's call. My weapon, the spear of the secluded rainbow. The eyes of the monarch sparkled with malice as he swung his spear in an arc, and it collided ferociously with the silvery spear. Clang! Steel grated against steel as the ruthless and brutish gnashing of metals produced angry sparks. The sheer explosive force caused by the collision threw the fabric of space around the weapons into disarray. The monarch's look turned into one of ugliness and rage as he was thrown backward by the explosion. He staggered a few steps frantically in less than a dozen steps. Each step he took sent him thousands of kilometers away. Instead, the flame deity puppet was hardly affected by the blast. The silvery armor-clad figure merely paused and threw himself forward, hurtling towards the monarch for another bout. The silver armored puppet fighter does indeed live up to its name. To think that he could best the monarch in strength and power. Jian Wushuang was gleeful. He looked at his companions and said, "The puppet fighter has bought us time. Let us strike now." Very well. The Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian both agreed. As they full well knew, they now held in their hands the very fate of the entire green fire world. The survival of the green fire world was hinged upon their success. But if they were to fail, the vortex of the grand formation of the enduring samsara would continue growing, and the green fire world would be engulfed by it. Attack! With the cue of Jian Wushuang's thunderous battle cry, his two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, split. The four figures streaked rapidly through the air and swiftly assumed their positions according to the sword formation as instructed by Shen Yi. As he flew, Jian Wushuang threw another wary glance at the proud woman Jiushi. Being an ordinary universe master, I doubt your powers will be able to obstruct us, but it would be best that you are kept from us. Jian Wushuang muttered and flicked wrist again. A hulking figure emerged out of thin air into view. Keep her occupied so that she cannot be in our way, Fu Yi. It would be better, too, if you can take her alive. Jian Wushuang commanded him. Jian Wushuang had made such arrangements as a precautionary measure. In the event of failure, they might still be able to wring answers out of Jiushi. She might be in possession of the knowledge to remove the Grand Formation, seeing as she was the conjurer of the Grand Formation. Fu Yi's eyes twinkled once as he acknowledged Jian Wushuang's order. A huge battle axe appeared in his grasp as he pounced at Jiushi. Ah, so you lot have come to destroy the Grand Formation, and you have brought along a puppet fighter which is strong enough to fight against Lord Jinfeng. But your efforts will all be for naught no matter how hard you try. Jiushi smiled wickedly to herself. Seeing as Fu Yi came charging at her, she drifted into the undulations of the churning energies rolling around the vortex. Chapter 1227, The Turning Tide. Chapter 1227, The Turning Tide. The flame deity puppet was holding off the monarch of the Jin kingdom, whereas she was busy evading from the pursuits of Fu Yi. The path was clear. There was no one else between Jian Wushuang with his companions and the gargantuan black and white vortex. In only fractions of a second, Jian Wushuang's two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, reached their designated positions. My original bodies are ready. How are you? Jian Wushuang asked. I am in position. Jian Nantian replied. So am I. The Sunrise Sword Emperor nodded as well. Very well. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang notified his companions. For Jet's energies shot into the sky, the sword essences released by the four figures, streaking through the air towards the eye of the spinning vortex. She flitted back and forth through the rapid flows of energies as she evaded from the rampaging Fu Yi. But she instantly took notice of the four streaking sword essences tearing through the sky. Ah! A squinch of a doubt was evident upon her face as she felt a foreboding dread. The positions of the four seemed unusual. From the trails of the sword essences, she could clearly sense the positions of the four people, knowing that they must be part of an intricate design. The four positions represent the most vital points of the Grand Formation. These 4 points connect the backbone of the entire formation, which leads to the eye of the vortex, which is also the heart of the Grand Formation. How is it possible that they have found these 4 positions? Jiushi's expression began to turn ugly. She had been basking in her hubris-soaked confidence, trusting fully that none from the Green Fire World would never be able to adequately read the Grand Formation and point out its secrets. But now, however, realizing that her enemies might have discovered her secret, Jiushi began to feel fear and desperation creeping into her. At the same time, she began to realize the motives of Jian Wushuang and his companions as they launched their attacks. Is that a battle formation they are using? One which consolidates their attacks and concentrates their power? She could hardly believe what she saw, the stabbing feeling of fear reaching its climax. They have completely seen through the secrets of the Grand Formation, and they intend to destroy it by using a sword formation to focus their attacks upon its eye. She searched frantically for answers to the enemy's gambit that now threatened her plans. She cast a swift look at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, who was still far away, intending to reach out for his help. But she immediately found that the monarch was being held in a fierce battle against the flame deity puppet. Not only the monarch could not come to her help, but he himself was also in danger of losing in battle. Damn it! How is it possible that somebody from the Green Fire World is able to find the weaknesses of my Grand Formation? Who is it? She growled frantically. Jian Wushuang and his companions were already channeling their powers together as one. The enduring Samsara Formation would be able to bring out its greatest potential and deal a fatal stroke to the Grand Formation once their stroke fell. This cannot continue. I will lose the rewards promised to me by Lord Jinfeng if the grand formation fails, knowing full well that her earlier efforts could well sink or swim. Jiuxi's look turned dark as she realized she must strike quickly and hard. She turned and moved, heading towards the direction of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Despite being hardly skillful in martial techniques, she was armed to the teeth with various means for unconventional combat and movement techniques, allowing her to dart and swoop deftly away from Fu Yi, who was rapidly losing her. Swiftly, Jiuxi bore down on the Sword Emperor with Fu Yi far behind. By now, the four were already in the final phase of their attack. But Jiuxi appeared suddenly behind the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Her figure had barely materialized when she crushed a mysterious token she held in her hand. The token crumbled into pieces, and boom! A deafening and terrible explosion erupted. An overwhelming force surged in that very instant as 3 golden dragons appeared behind the Sunrise Sword Emperor. The slithery dragons intertwined together, fusing into a bolt of golden flash that struck and hit the Sunrise Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor's eyes opened wide in disbelief. He had noticed Jiuxi creeping near him, but being in the most critical phase of their attack, he had chosen to endure whatever attacks that Jiuxi would unleash at him, believing that the woman's blow would hardly be able to endanger him. With the complement of his protective raiments and treasures, he had chosen to weather the enemy's attack in order to maintain his hold on their offense. The Sword Emperor, as a powerful warrior himself, would at most suffer severe injuries. He had not expected that Jiuxi's powers would be able to kill him. Only never did he expect that Jiuxi had used a magical token she had in her keeping. Worst still, the powers contained within the magical token was stronger even than a blow by the monarch of the Jin Kingdom himself. The golden projectile hit him squarely without him being able to react. The blow struck a hole in his chest, crushing his heart as his life began to ebb away. Frozen in his stance, the Sword Emperor uttered a few incomprehensible mumbles. His gaze became blank and distant as he began to lose consciousness, his aura plummeting into nothingness. He began to lose control of his body, beginning to fall. A look of calm and serenity crept into his eyes as if he was released from long years of toil and torment. With his final ounce of strength, he left his final words to his comrades, Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and the host of warriors who had been watching intently from the battle fortress. "I'm sorry." It was merely 2 words, yet these were 2 words that bore a saddening weight of pain and anguish. The Sunrise Sword Emperor breathed his last as his eyes blinked shut finally. With life left from his body, his corpse was drawn into the vortex and subsequently devoured. The final moments of his life were witnessed by Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian, as well as the warriors within the battle fortress. None of them could barely move. They have painfully witnessed with their own eyes how he was killed by the golden flash of light that penetrated his body like needle passing through a cloth. And they have watched, with excruciating agony, how he was being swallowed into the vortex when he had finally passed. Rage and fury came swiftly like lightning. Sword Emperor. Sunrise Sword Emperor. Unforgivable. Screams of anger and rage thundered from within the fastness of the battle fortress. And oh! Not far away, the original bodies of Jian Wushuang jointly released a booming roar that illustrated both his grief and wrath. The Sunrise Sword Emperor. The most glimmering beacon of hope of the green fire world before the emergence of Jian Wushuang, the undisputable sword cultivator of the highest order and the greatest prodigy in combat skills ever known. Being an ordinary practitioner of martial skills and a holy master, these odds had never stopped him from cultivating and fusing his 2 strongest sword principle as one to harness powers comparable to that of a universe master. He was the 3rd behind Jian Wushuang and Ji Wuming, who had been pegged as future chieftains of the Green Fire Palace. Prodigious talents who could one day stand eye to eye against the monarch of the Jin kingdom. Blessed with unique talents and shouldering the hopes of many, he would long have embarked upon a pilgrimage into the eternal chaotic world to try reaching for greater heights, if not for the strifes which have plagued the green fire world. And now, in order to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara for the good of the entire green fire world, the Sunrise Sword Emperor had breathed his last, only because he had chosen to sustain the synchrony for the sword formation to function. And now, right under the eyes of the horde of warriors of the green fire, he had fallen with utter ignominy. Chapter 1228. The Fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Chapter 1228. The Fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Is he dead? The events did not escape the observation of the cold and contemptuous woman as she smiled wickedly, evidently satisfied with the results of her review. This token was given to me by that most prodigious senior brother of mine. It contains the explosive powers of his strike. You should be proud to have fallen under his stroke. Outrageous. Jian Wushuang stared angrily at the woman as he cursed through gritted teeth, seething with intense fury and malice boiling within him. But he quickly repressed his rage and bloodlust. We must leave now. Jian Wushuang roared with exasperation. His original bodies followed behind Jian Nantian as they withdrew back to the battle fortress. Jian Wushuang and his father were fully aware that with the fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor, they have lost the capability to use the quadruple supreme sword formation to destroy the monstrous vortex. Hence, they could only retreat back into the battle fortress and make another plan. Jian Wushuang did indeed want to immediately execute the woman, Jiu Shi, for the sacrilege she had committed, but the distance between them and Jiu Shi's prowess in escaping have left him with hardly any other choice. Despite their discontentment and rage, they could withdraw back to the fortress. Still, even the notion of a retreat was not without difficulty. You will never get away. It was the monarch of the Jin kingdom who had snarled at them. Despite being desperately defending himself against the fire puppet earlier, he was slowly regaining the upper hand. The monarch had noticed that the puppet fighter was losing strength rapidly. This is bad. The fire gems are nearly depleted. Jian Wushuang became jittery with anxiety. He had been controlling the fire puppet. He would surely know about its situation. The remaining fire gems would only allow the fire puppet to continue operating for merely seconds. And with that few seconds, the monarch could easily catch up to them and strike them down like predators swooping down on their prey. Few seconds. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold as he searched wildly for solutions, and one came to him instantly. Keep the monarch occupied, fire puppet. Jian Wushuang barked his command while his second original body veered off their way back to the fortress. Instead, the original body flew towards the fire puppet who was still in combat against the monarch. Having received his orders, the fire puppet fought to his utmost as the last remaining fragments of the slowly burned. It had bought Jian Wushuang a few seconds of time. With its energies exhausted, the puppet froze in its movements, hanging motionless in midair. With his long-awaited opening, the monarch hurled himself forward, eager to catch up to Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian. But Jian Wushuang's first original body and Jian Nantian were still thousands of kilometers away from the fortress. It was a distance that usually passed swiftly for him. Yet now, the journey back to the fortress seemed like an eternity. You have been fortunate to slip through my fingers once. Do you think I will let you slip by again? The monarch growled viciously, his face gleeful with malice. His figure streaked with an explosive speed as he chased after his prey, as he imagined himself dealing the final blows to them both. However, at this moment, swish! A flicker of light blinded the monarch momentarily as he braced himself. It was Jian Wushuang's second original body who had turned back earlier. Okay. The monarch wore a dark, ugly look as he beheld his new target briefly. Eager to continue his chase, the spear in his grasp stabbed at the original body with the speed and intensity of a striking serpent. With hardly any incident, the monarch instantly drove his spear through the second original body. He then cast a look forward, ready to continue his pursuit. But suddenly, explode! There was a strange, frenzied expression upon the face of Jian Wushuang's second original body. Boom! The second original body exploded into smithereens. Shockwaves from the explosion rippled through the air, rolling towards all directions. Self-detonation. The monarch of the Jin kingdom gasped incredulously. He had not foreseen that Jian Wushuang would be eager to come to such lengths, to sacrifice one of his doppelgangers just to stop him. Shaken violently by the shock wave himself, the monarch was momentarily thrown off balance. He readied himself to continue his pursuit, only to find that he was too late. Jian Wushuang had escaped. He's escaped again. This wretch is indeed a slithery one. The monarch barked angrily, his face darkened with rage. The news that a Tao master had been able to slip past his clutches not once, but twice, would be tremendously pernicious to his name. Lord Jinfeng. Jiu, she reappeared at the side of the monarch, looking at him with an amused smirk. This Jian Wushuang has the most remarkable fortune indeed. Twice he has defied you, and yet twice he is able to escape. Humph! The monarch merely snorted indignantly without muttering any words. The pair stood wordless and motionless for a brief moment. The monarch turned and glanced at Jiushi. What happened earlier, Jiushi? Jiushi's features immediately turned gloomy with annoyance. I did not expect that the Green Fire world has someone who is able to divine the weaknesses of the enduring samsara formation. The four earlier were trying to use a sword formation by standing above the four vital parts of the enduring samsara formation, ready to strike at its fatal point to destroy it. It was fortunate that I was able to react swiftly and use the token that my senior brother had given to me to kill one of the four. Otherwise, the grand formation would have been destroyed by their hand. Ah! The monarch's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Were you not supremely confident in this enduring samsara formation of yours? How is it possible that its secrets were so easily divined? Jiu, she merely pursed her lips and frowned, unable to retort against the monarch's mocking words. Never in her life she had thought the events of this day were possible. Humph! It is fortunate that the formation still stands, lest it would have been a tremendous waste of my time and resources to have you here. The monarch scoffed. It was clear, through his tone and demeanor, that he has lost great faith and confidence in Jiu Shi and her formation. Please be at ease, Lord Jinfeng. That was merely a last-ditch daring-do of the Green Fire world. They have even put to use a puppet fighter that could nearly best you, only to have achieved nothing. I trust that they are at their wits' end now. Jiu, she wore a wicked grin once again. That may be true. The monarch nodded. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the fire puppet to his flank. The fire puppet, having exhausted its entire store of fire gems, has now fallen into the hands of the monarch of the Jin kingdom. He had forcibly erased Jian Wushuang's mark that allowed the latter to control the puppet, so that he himself could claim ownership of it. He, a silver armored fire puppet. The eyes of the monarch burned hungrily as he identified the puppet fighter. Many treasures abound this battlefield, that even a puppet fighter of such caliber exists. But now they will all be mine, just like this puppet. With the puppet now his, the monarch then helped Jiu Shi to subdue Fu Yi and claimed him as well. Chapter 1229 Desperate. Chapter 1229 Desperate. A grim mood filled the battle fortress. The battle was supposed to pave a way for the Green Fire world's victory. Instead, they not only failed to break the enduring samsara formation, but also lost the Sunrise Sword Emperor, who was the only flame deity puppet that could hold his own against the Jin Kingdom's monarch. Fu Yi had also been felled by the enemy. Jian Wushuang's second original body was destroyed. They had lost everything. It's over. The green fire world is done. We have no hope at all. Cries echoed through the battle fortress. Desperation reared its ugly head. Hopelessness clung to every thought. The morale of the green fire world was non-existent. If there was even an ounce of hope, the green fire world experts would continue to fight, regardless of the price. Even if they failed, it would have been worthwhile. But there was no more hope. The green fire world had no chance of survival. It was going to be swallowed by the big formation. In a magnificent temple, there were about 20 thrones arranged in a circle. Some were occupied, but the others were empty. All the remaining green fire world palace masters had gathered, but silence filled the chamber, and even Jian Wushuang had nothing to say. Occasionally, a palace master would glance toward the empty throne near the void temple master. The throne originally belonged to the Sunrise Sword Emperor, but now that he was gone, the throne sat empty. After nearly an hour, Jian Wushuang finally exclaimed, "It's my fault we were defeated." Jian Wushuang clenched both of his fists so tightly that his fingertips cut through his palm. He looked grim as he continued, "I underestimated the woman in the formation. I thought she was just an ordinary universe master and that a universe master peak puppet fighter was enough to stop her. But her clever tricks confused my puppet fighter, and she was able to kill the Sunrise Sword Emperor. I underestimated her. Everything that happened is my fault." Remorse racked Jian Wushuang's body. He led the action to break the formation, controlled the flame deity puppet, and deployed the Sunrise Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian. And instead of great victory, they suffered great casualties and lost the flame deity puppet. Jian Wushuang was naturally the one to blame. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the Samsara Temple Master next him shook his head and said, "We discussed it together and acted according to the plan. You just carried out the plan. You alone cannot be blamed for the loss." "Yes. If it wasn't you, someone else would have done the same thing. We can only blame ourselves for underestimating that woman. We thought she only knew about formations and did not expect her to be that capable." The other palace masters echoed their agreement. No one would blame Jian Wushuang. He merely acted according to the plan and did not foresee the unexpected. "Schwanger." Jian Nantian looked at him. "We're all responsible for this. Don't blame yourself. Now is not the time to apologize or to point fingers. We need to think about what to do next." What to do next? At the 4 simple words, the palace masters frowned in unison. Jian Wushuang seemed skeptical as well. Since the Sunrise Sword Emperor's death, the green fire world didn't have enough experts to form the 4-point sword formation. Even if they did, they needed time to familiarize him with the formation. And by the time they were prepared, the 4-point sword formation would probably still fail to break the spinning vortex. "Gu King, you followed King Luozhan in the eternal chaotic world for such a long time. You must have learned a lot of things. Do you have a solution?" asked Jian Wushuang. Despite his vast knowledge, Gu King also felt hopeless in the face of the crisis. "I can't." Gu King shook his head, dejected. Jian Wushuang trembled. All the palace masters in the temple forced a smile. They had relied completely on the 4-point sword formation breaking the formation and considered it their only chance. Where would they find another strategy? Desperation. The palace masters, including the oldest Samsara Temple Master, the Void Temple Master, the Tang Emperor, the Red Lotus Palace Master, and Palace Master Yin were all distraught. Suddenly, they all suggested the insane. "We will fight to the death. Even if the green fire world collapses, we'll give the Jin Kingdom hell." Palace Master Yin stood up and roared. "Yes, Trapped beasts can still fight, so let's fight to the end. We'll take them down with us." The palace masters shook their fists angrily, and madness gleamed in their eyes. "Are we really a trapped beast?" Jian Wushuang frowned. Just then a message came. "Who is it?" Jian Wushuang was surprised but immediately responded. "Senior brother, are you looking for me?" The message was indeed from his senior brother Shui Lingtian. "Junior brother, come out quickly." Shui Lingtian's excited voice beckoned. "What is it?" Skepticism filled Jian Wushuang's voice. "Our master is coming," Shui Lingtian answered. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately jumped up. "Jian Wushuang, has something happened?" The palace masters who just decided to sacrifice their lives were confused by his reaction. "There's something I have to attend to," Jian Wushuang answered. "What's going on?" Samsara Temple Master was even more puzzled. "It's my master, he's here." Jian Wushuang answered solemnly. "Your master?" The palace masters were stunned. The master who had deciphered the enduring samsara formation and told them how to break it. The master who even Palace Master Yin admired and respected. "Your master told you how to break the formation after receiving your message for help. He must also know that we have failed. If he has come in person, does it mean he has other ideas?" The Samsara Temple Master became hopeful. The other Samsara Temple Masters looked at each other excitedly. They had hit a dead end. But with Jian Wushuang's master's arrival, hope grew in their hearts once again. Although the hope was infinitesimal, they would still try to catch it at all costs. Perhaps the Master of Formation really does have other ways to break the formation. Palace Master Yun exclaimed. "Let's meet him together." "Right we should." Following Jian Wushuang, the palace masters exited the temple. Chapter 1230 Master Arrives. Chapter 1230 Master Arrives. Inside the battle fortress, many of the strongest people in the green fire world scattered in all corners, and the atmosphere was extremely dull and desperate. At this time, many palace masters, including Jian Wushuang, hurried out from a towering temple. These palace masters all looked a little excited. Green Fire World Celestial Masters and Tao Masters saw them on the way. Where are they hurrying to? Have you noticed that they all seem a little excited? Yes, they do. Have they come up with other methods of breaking the formation? Is there still hope for us? Very likely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so excited. The entire battle fortress quickly became noisy. Many Celestial Masters and Tao Masters followed the Palace Masters and rushed to the center of the battle fortress. In an open space, several figures stood there, including Jian Wushuang's two senior brothers, Shui Lingtian and Bai Hu. At the center, a friendly-looking, white-robed man stood. He looked elegant and easygoing. Is that Jian Wushuang's master? Palace masters all fixed their gazes on the white-robed man. At the moment when they saw the white-robed men, they had a strange feeling. His aura was only an eternal realm and seemingly ordinary, but for some reason they felt something strange. "Master." Jian Wushuang came to the white-robed man and respectfully bowed. "Xiani, Master." Samsara Temple Master, along with many palace masters, bowed to the white-robed man with respect. They also learned the name Xian Yi from Jian Wushuang. They saluted as well. Even if his strength was not that mighty, such a profound master deserved to be respected. Moreover, Xian Yi was the Green Fire World's last hope. "Get up." Xian Yi waved at Jian Wushuang, looked at Samsara Temple Master and others, then he laughed. "You can all get up, I don't deserve it." "Master, you came today for the enduring samsara formation, is that right?" Jian Wushuang asked directly. "Yes." Xian Yi faintly nodded. "I told you the method of breaking the formation. and I thought that you can crush the enduring samsara formation with it. But you actually failed, so I have to come by myself. You mean there are other ways to break it? Jian Wushuang eyes flashed. Although the enduring samsara formation is a world-shattering formation, it's terrifying because it can evolve for a long time. As for now, it is weak. And it's just a balanced state of two extreme energies, nothing special. We can find ways to break it. Xian Yi smiled, looking confident. Hearing this, the present palace masters' faces all lit up. Xian Yi implied that he had other methods of breaking the formation. Even if he did not, he was confident to find one. Let's go see the enduring samsara formation. Xian Yi smiled. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Xian Yi Master, this way please. Samsara Temple Master led the way for Xian Yi. The nearby Green Fire World Celestial Masters and Tao Masters all gawked at the sight of this. Who is that person? He's got some real deal. He actually made so many palace masters bow to him, and has Samsara Temple Master lead the way for him? But he's just in Eternal Realm. So what? I heard that he is the master of Wushuang Palace Master. He's got a disciple like Jian Wushuang. Do you think he's capable or not? He has great knowledge of formation. He's said to have more knowledge than Palace Master Yin. He came up with the previous method to break the formation, but unfortunately we underestimated the opponent and failed. Wushuang Palace Master's master? No wonder. He probably came in person for the enduring samsara formation. The entire battle fortress was discussing, secretly. Xian Yi was only in the Eternal Realm. In the entire battle fortress, except Jian Wushuang's brother Wang Yuan, everyone else was above the Tao Master level. Normally, any one of them could kill Xian Yi. But now the countless experts in the entire battle fortress all respected him. He was Jian Wushuang's master. Naturally, no one dared to look down on him. Moreover, he had great knowledge of formation. On the way, Xian Yi asked causally, "Well, what is your achievement in sword principle now?" "I have now devised 2 of the strongest sword principles and a creation-level sword principle. But unfortunately, I have not found a way to integrate them," answered the disciple. If it was possible, he had already combined them and broke through to be a celestial master who possessed a Dharma body. In that way, he would have been able to challenge the Gene Kingdom monarch, and the Green Fire World would not have been so passive. But he could not find a way to break through. "Don't worry, take your time, everything will be fine." Xian Yi smiled and asked again, "Which 3 sword principles have you developed?" "One is the sword play of coalescence. I've perfected it and devised the strongest sword principle. One is the space-time sword principle, which is ultra-fast. It can affect the power of space-time. It's also a strongest sword principle. The last one is the yin-yang sword principle. It combines yin and yang energy, and it is only a creation-level sword principle." Jian Wushuang answered in detail. "Oh, yin-yang sword principle?" Xian Yi cocked one eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. After a few moments, Xian Yi came to the edge of the battle fortress, following the palace masters. Through the restrictions, they saw clearly the spiraling vortex, 100,000 miles away. "Master Xian Yi, it's the enduring samsara formation there." Samsara Temple Master pointed to the vortex. "I see." Xian Yi looked at the black and white vortex in the distance and faintly smiled. Fortunately, it has only expanded tens of millions of miles. It is still in its early stage. Early stage. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The larger it expands, the more stable it is. An expansion within 1 billion belongs to the early stage. If it exceeds 1 billion, it will be in the middle stage. By that time, we might fail to break it. But now there is still a chance. Xian Yi explained. Chapter 1231. Break the formation in restrictions. Chapter 1231. Break the formation in restrictions. Do we still have a chance? Jian Wushuang's face lit up, but then he frowned again. Even if you can think of other ways, Flame Deity Puppet has fallen into the hands of the Gene Kingdom monarch. If we don't have anything to hold the Gene Kingdom, we can't get near to the vortex. Correct. Samsara Temple Master and others also nodded. The Gene Kingdom monarch stayed in the black and white vortex. And according to their plan, Flame Deity Puppet would hold the Gene Kingdom monarch back to gain them some time. But now, Flame Deity Puppet had been lost. There stood the Gene Kingdom monarch. The moment they approach, he would kill them in an instant. The Gene Kingdom monarch is a top expert above the universe master level. I can't confront him. Xian Yi smiled and continued, however, who says that you must get close to the core of the black and white vortex to break it? I will stay in this battle fortress and break the enduring samsara formation for you. What? Xian Yi said it casually, but the people around him were all shocked. Break the enduring samsara formation behind the battle fortress. The core of the enduring samsara formation, the black and white vortex, was 100,000 miles away. Was it possible to destroy it far away from it under the protection of the restrictions? Was this some kind of joke? Xian Yi Master, one who wants to destroy a formation, must first destroy the core of the formation. Now we're 100,000 miles away from the black and white vortex. How can we manage it? Palace Master Yin frowned and asked. He also had great knowledge of formation. Before he knew about Xian Yi, he believed that he was the top master of formation in the green fire world. He knew about formation and contended that it would be impossible to break it from a distance. But Xian Yi had said that, can't we really destroy it without getting close to the core of the formation? I don't think so. Xian Yi shook his head and smiled. Xian Yi Master, are you really sure? Palace Master Yin still could not believe it. I'll try and you'll see. Anyway, you don't need to do anything for me. Even if I fail, there will be no consequences. Xian Yi smiled. True. The palace masters who were present nodded. If Xian Yi decided to break the formation behind the battle fortress, he naturally did not need soldiers to cover up for him or anything. My disciple. Xian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang acted respectfully. No matter how other palace masters thought of Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang put his absolute trust in his own master. If he said that he could break the formation 100,000 miles away, he must have had a way. Haven't I grant you the mountain river map? I'll borrow it. Xian Yi replied. Mountain river map? Jian Wushuang cocked one eyebrow. The mountain river map was the most precious of the 3 treasures that Xian Yi gave him. It was a chaos divine treasure. Though it was somewhat defective, it was still invaluable. However, it was at a high level. Since Jian Wushuang obtained it, he had only used it once in order to suppress Dao Yuanzi, and he had had help from King Luo Zhen's essence, blood, to display it. Now, though he had reached the Dao Master level, he still found it very difficult to utilize the mountain river map. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang quickly took out the mountain river map and handed it to Xian Yi. Master, do I need to cancel my ownership? Jian Wushuang asked. Under normal circumstances, treasures only performed the best in its owner's hands. Since Xian Yi wanted to use the map, Jian Wushuang thought that he might need to cancel his ownership. Cancel your ownership? There's no need. Xian Yi shook his head. If you cancel your ownership, my effort would have been futile. Futile? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He failed to follow his master. Don't worry, just stand here and watch me. Xian Yi did not explain and slowly floated to the midair. Xian Yi floated directly to the void above. He stayed close to the restrictions and stopped before he almost crashed into them. Numerous green fire world experts inside the battle fortress had witnessed him. The Celestial Masters and Tao Masters all looked in doubt. What is the Master of Jian Wushuang, Master Xian Yi, going to do? He seems to try to destroy the formation, but it's 100,000 miles away. How can he do it inside the battle fortress? I heard that Master Xian Yi plans to destroy the formation just inside the battle fortress. Inside the battle fortress? What are you talking about? The Celestial Masters and Tao Masters all looked in disbelief. All the Palace Masters were stunned and bore doubt in their hearts. Outside the battle fortress, at the core of the black and white vortex, the glamorous woman Jiushi and the Jin Kingdom monarch hidden in the dark also noticed the noise in the battle fortress. Despite the cover of the restrictions, they could still faintly see Xian Yi drifting at the edge of them, and even saw Xian Yi's realm. Eternal Realm. What is the Green Fire World doing? The Jin Kingdom monarch and Jiu, she were also baffled. At this time, Xian Yi floated to the void above and flicked his hand. Then, a streak of flowing light shot into the void. That is, the Jin Kingdom monarch and Jiu, she both watched the thing Xian Yi threw out. It was a marvelous map. Xian Yi stretched to unfold the map completely. Then it instantly merged into the heavens and earth and disappeared. This move seemed quite eccentric. But suddenly, Buzz, a strange light shone brightly on the ground, on the vast battlefield. Such a dazzling light attracted all the people present. The Jin Kingdom monarch and Jiu, she also looked up. The endless sky above their heads started to change. What? Everyone was eye-widened and full of horror watching the changes in the sky. Even the Jin Kingdom monarch looked horrified at this moment. The vast sky had been completely replaced by a huge and wonderful world scroll. This world scroll seemed endless. The black and white vortex had already expanded a lot, but the world scroll occupied the entire sky. Vast aura spread slowly from within the world scroll. Chapter 1232, Big Move, Part 1. Chapter 1232, Big Move, Part 1. This is... Everyone present widened their eyes and looked at the sky above in horror. They were looking at the huge world scroll. This world had mountains and waters and beautiful sceneries. The most striking thing was the 9 continents that spread over 9 different places, all of which looked real. A horrific and tremulous power spread. The Jin Kingdom monarch shouted, "Divine treasure! This is a chaos divine treasure!" The Jin Kingdom monarch also looked unprecedentedly shocked. Even in the eternal chaotic world, only super experts could have one of them. At his level, under normal circumstances, he could only see 1 or 2 of the chaos magic treasures. Now, the world scroll appeared above him was obviously the power of a chaos divine treasure. Humph! So what if it's a chaos divine treasure? It's just someone in the eternal realm. Even if he has a chaos divine treasure, he can't display its full power. I'm afraid he can't depend on it to destroy the enduring samsara formation. Jiu-Shi shouted coolly. Indeed, a chaos divine treasure was indeed strong, but the owner must be capable enough to play its full power. If one could not play the full power, it would still be as useless as eye candy. And just as everyone was in shock, Xian Yi, who floated in the void above the battle fortress, smiled slightly. Then, with a flick of the wrist, he threw a strange bead that was as dark as ink. This bead seemed mysterious, and all the people present, including the experienced Gu King, failed to recognize it. Then, the black bead immediately merged into the world scroll. Immediately, the scroll changed. Boom! The huge world scroll let out a sudden roar. In the 4 directions of the world scroll, there are 4 spiraling, huge vortexes. After the vortexes stabilized, the energy within them formed 4 giant hands. Then the hands stretched from within the vortexes toward the enduring samsara formation lightning fast. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at it all in amazement. He has already claimed ownership of the Mountain River map and was familiar with the ability of the Mountain River map. As far as he knew, the most terrifying thing in the Mountain River map was the 9-province seal, formed by the 9 continents. But what Xian Yi displayed was not something that belonged to the Mountain River map. Jian Wushuang thought it might have something to do with the bead Xian Yi threw out. For Giant's hands suddenly came to the core of the black and white vortex and seized the 4 most important positions of it. These 4 positions were exactly where Jian Wushuang, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Jian Nanshan stood when they set the quadruple supreme sword formation. This was where the core of the enduring samsara formation laid, but now it was caught by the 4 giant hands. Damn! The glamorous woman, Jiu Shi's expression changed dramatically. When she saw Xian Yi take out the chaos divine treasure, she did not pay much attention. But now the 4 giants had grasped the 4 most important parts of the formation. She became anxious. Master Jinfeng, quickly, destroy these 4 hands. Jiu, she shouted repeatedly. All right. The Jin Kingdom monarch that hid at the core of the black and white vortex immediately nodded. He also realized that these 4 giants were really something. If he allowed them to continue, this formation would be in jeopardy. Kill! He shouted coldly, and terrifying power gathered on the spear. Immediately, the spear turned into enlightening and directly slammed against the giant hand closest to him. Bam! With a bang, majestic power suddenly broke out and formed a blast wave, ruthlessly sweeping in all directions. The whole world even seemed trivial in front of the strong power. However, when the bang died down, the black giant hands still firmly clung to the void. Their sizes and power stayed the same as before. How can it be? The Jin Kingdom monarch was shocked. When he struck, he already went all out. But why did he still fail to destroy the black giant hands, or even not weaken them in the least? I won't accept it. The Jin Kingdom monarch looked cold. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed with intense lights. Then swoosh, 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 3 consecutive lights struck the black giant hand in the same spot. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 loud noises had died down, the black giant hand was still intact. What? He was stunned. He did his best and still failed to destroy this black giant hand. Then he immediately understood that he could not stop the 4 giant hands. When the 4 black giants seized the 4 voids, bam, roars sounded one after another. The heavens and earth were shaking, and the 4 dark giant hands burst out terrifying power to try to move the enduring samsara formation. Gosh, isn't that crazy? In the battle fortress, countless Green Fire World experts who had witnessed this scene all looked shocked. The enduring samsara formation had been expanding and developing for a year. It had exceeded tens of millions large. It was a huge thing, but now Xian Yi actually tried to move this big formation. Master, what is he going to do? Jian Wushuang was in shock. Gu King inside his body stared and exclaimed, Jian Wushuang, your master isn't breaking it. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He isn't? Then what's he doing? He tries to refine it. He wants to refine the enduring samsara formation. Gu King sounded shocked. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Refining the formation. Refine the enduring samsara formation that had already filled tens of millions of miles. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. Not only him, Palace Master Yin, who discerned Xian Yi's intent, also froze. He didn't break the formation, but chose to refine it straight? How can he do this? This is simply crazy. Palace Master Yin was roaring madly in his heart. At the core of the black and white vortex, she looked completely in disbelief. To destroy it by refining it, How does an eternal realm try to refine my enduring samsara formation? Where does this crazy come from? Jiu Shi and Palace Master Yin were both confident of the formation. However, Xian Yi's method of breaking the formation was completely beyond their imagination, even beyond their understanding of the formation. Chapter 1233, Big Move, Part 2. Chapter 1233, Big Move, Part 2. Crazy. Xian Yi's move was crazy in the eyes of many. However, no one could stop his craziness. The four black giants firmly grasped the most important four parts of the formation. The huge hands moved, and the immense formation actually moved upward gradually. Impossible! Jiu, she screamed. She could not believe her eyes. An eternal realm actually drove this enduring samsara formation that had evolved for a year. One must know that not even the Jin Kingdom monarch was able to move this large formation with all his strength. This, Jiushi stuttered and could not utter a complete sentence. The four giants pulled the whole enduring samsara formation slowly upward. Although it was slow like a snail, it was indeed moving. At this speed, they could pull the formation into the world scroll in at most half of a day. Master wants to pull the enduring samsara formation into the mountain river map and refine it. Jian Wushuang frowned. While the mountain river map is a chaos divine treasure, but it is still hard for it to contain the enduring samsara formation. Right. No. At this time, Gu King spoke again, and he sounded even more terrified. Wrong, we guessed wrong. Wrong. Jian Wushuang was in doubt. When I saw him pulling the formation, I thought that he wanted to use the mountain river map to refine it to stop this crisis. But I never expected that your master had such a big move. Gu King was very excited. He is not refining the formation. Not from the beginning. He is refining weapons. Refining weapons. Jian Wushuang was shocked. They only wanted to destroy the formation. How did he start to refine weapons? Jian Wushuang, your mountain river map is indeed a chaos divine treasure. However, it's a damaged chaos divine treasure, you know that, right? Gu King said. Yes, indeed. Jian Wushuang immediately nodded, but at the next moment he just trembled. Is it? Jian Wushuang had already thought of a possibility, but this possibility left him in an unprecedented shock. Yes, your master is trying to use the formation to fix the mountain river map. He's refining weapons. He is repairing the mountain river map. Gu King said in a low voice. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was completely at a loss. The numerous Green Fire world experts, including Palace Master Yin, all failed to touch the formation. But his master not only wanted to destroy, but also use this enduring samsara formation to repair the damaged chaos divine treasure. It was a skill that would startle the universe. In both the Green Fire world and the eternal chaotic world, the skill was incredible. Monster. Jian Wushuang, your master is a complete monster, and he must come from the eternal chaotic world. If he's born in the Green Fire world, no matter how talented he is, he will never require such refining and formation knowledge. Even the founder of Star Bloodline and the formation Master King Luo Jin can't do this. Your master is definitely a real refining master and a formation powerhouse. Gu King was roaring wildly. Refining master? Formation powerhouse? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Master. In the eternal chaotic world, only the founder of the Star Bloodline and the 8-star ancient God King Luozhen were qualified to be called masters. Had his master really reached that level in terms of refining and formation? However, although your master possesses great skills, he is indeed only in eternal realm. If his power is only in eternal realm, how could he manage to release a skill like that with his weak body? Gu King added. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He also thought of this and looked in the direction of Xian Yi. Then, Jian Wushuang's countenance changed greatly. Xian Yi's aura and his vitality were rapidly decreasing. He was losing his energy at an alarming rate. "Master!" Jian Wushuang immediately exclaimed. "I guessed right." Gu King nodded heavily. He not only used his spiritual power, but also his vitality. He let out all his strength to release the skill. When he succeeds, he will decease. Jian Wushuang was awestruck. At this time, Xian Yi seemed to notice Jian Wushuang's gaze. He was still pulling the enduring samsara formation. He turned his head slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang. He looked still calm and smiled affectionately. At the same time, his gentle voice rang. "My disciple, I will soon disappear, and before that, I will finally give you another creation." "Master!" Jian Wushuang wanted to say something. Xian Yi lifted his hand to stop him and said seriously, "Don't! Hurry up and do what I say." "Yes." Jian Wushuang clasped his hands. Although he was grief-stricken, he suppressed his emotions hard. He knew very clearly that it was not the right time to be emotional. Xian Yi broke the formation at all costs and paved the way for him. He could only inherit the creation-level skill and reach the level his master expected to pay him back. "My disciple, I had kept your ownership for this." Xian Yi's voice was solemn. "You still control the mountain river map, and through the map, you should be able to sense the essence of the enduring samsara formation. The essence is a huge creation for you. Learn it thoroughly. This is an opportunity one created for you and the Green Fire World. You must cherish it. The Green Fire World survival depends on you." Chapter 1234, The Ultimate Battle. Chapter 1234, The Ultimate Battle. Depends on me. Hearing Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. The next moment, he sat down directly and closed his eyes. The Green Fire World experts also heard Xian Yi's words and knew that Xian Yi created an opportunity for Jian Wushuang and for the Green Fire World at all costs. Thus, no one dared to disturb Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately started to sense the formation through the mountain river map and the 4 black giant hands. Only a moment later, he sensed the complete existence of the enduring samsara formation. Before, Jian Wushuang just watched the enduring samsara formation in the distance. He could see that the formation consisted of 2 extreme energies in circulation. However, he could not see the essence of the 2 energies. But now, through the mountain river map and the 4 giant hands that clung to the entire formation, Jian Wushuang saw the 2 forces clearly. Only for a moment he saw the essence of 2 extreme forces. The 2 forces. So familiar. This is the extreme power of the yang and the yin. Jian Wushuang's mind went blank as if he had been struck by a lightning. He immediately understood why his master said that the essence of the enduring samsara formation was a creation for him. It was indeed a creation, a once-in-a-lifetime creation. It's a combination of the 2 extreme forces, the yin and the yang. This is exactly the same yin and yang forces of my yin-yang sword principle. Many things instantly crossed Jian Wushuang's mind. The yin-yang sword principle he developed was a perfect combination of yin and yang strength. It is the same. The only difference is that after the combination, the 2 forces of the yang and the yin in the formation formed a circulation and reached a balanced state. They are in a unique state, which is the very samsara. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of intense light. "I understand. I finally understand. A perfect combination of the 2 extreme yin and yang forces is samsara. When yin-yang sword principle reaches its peak, it becomes the samsara sword principle. Samsara." Jian Wushuang clenched both hands. He had devised 3 sword principles: among which the swordplay of coalescence and the space-time sword principle were already the strongest sword principles. However, he never had improved the yin-yang sword principle, and even failed to know how. Now he realized that beyond yin and yang it was samsara. The samsara sword principle. Jian Wushuang roared in his heart and closed his eyes. He became completely absorbed in the circulation of the enduring samsara formation. He already had a hunch that, as long as he understood the structure of the circulatory state, his space-time sword principle could be truly transformed into a samsara sword principle. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had cleared his head and became fully engaged in meditation. At the core of the black and white vortex, she watched the formation being pulled into the world scroll, but could do nothing. Jin Feng, do something. Jiu, she urged. Humph, you devised the formation. Not even you can stop it. What am I going to do? The Jin Kingdom monarch's face fell. He had just tried his best to stop, but soon realized he had no chance to stop the four giant hands at all. It looks like that this formation will vanish soon. In the eyes of the Jin Kingdom monarch, there was a rush of coldness. He originally wanted to completely destroy the Green Fire World and all the experts in the battle fortress, so that he could keep the entire battlefield to himself. But now this plan was going to fail. The Jin Kingdom's soldiers and strength were much stronger than those of the Green Fire World. He was supposed to destroy the Green Fire World. However, he could not kill all of their experts. At most, he could destroy the Green Fire World, but he could not kill all of their experts. Their experts could take shelter in the battle fortress. In the future, when he started to search for the treasures on this battlefield after the end of the war, those surviving experts might come out and cause troubles. These ants in the Green Fire World are really stubborn. Since I can't kill them all at once, then I have to wipe out the Gren Fire World first. As for the remaining experts, I'll deal with them later, the Jin Kingdom monarch decided. Immediately, he sent a message to the Jin Kingdom experts in the spaceship far away from the battlefield. He had ordered them to act. In moments, a large number of Jin Kingdom experts flew out from the spaceship. There were at least several thousand of them. Among them, even the weakest ones were celestial masters, and there were more than 100 universe masters. This was Jin Kingdom's real strength. It was obviously different from the previous tentative attack. This time it was the real ultimate battle. The Jin Kingdom was determined to destroy the Green Fire World this time. When the Jin Kingdom experts flew out of the spaceship, the Green Fire World experts in the battle fortress all noticed it. Even palace masters, including Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master, all looked grave at the sight of the rushing Jin Kingdom army. The final battle is finally coming. Palace masters such as Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master all looked stern. The Green Fire World experts looked grave as well. Actually, if the enduring Samsara formation was destroyed in the end, they could totally take shelter inside the battle fortress, where the Jin Kingdom experts would never break into. Nevertheless, they all knew they could not avoid this war. After all, behind the battle fortress was the Green Fire World. If they did not fight, the Green Fire World would be finished. Their loved ones and good friends would be slaughtered by the Jin Kingdom. Billions of people in the Green Fire World and countless creatures would be killed. The land where they grew up and their homes would disappear completely. They had no choice. They had to fight. Before the Jin Kingdom army marched into the Green Fire World, they must stop them at all costs. Fight! 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 Numerous Green Fire World experts gathered on the perimeter of the battle fortress. The Tao Masters had already formed a tactical formation, determined. Chapter 1235, Blood-Fire Elixir. Chapter 1235, Blood-Fire Elixir. Palace Master Yin, are the seeds of our Green Fire World ready? Samsara Temple Master looked at Palace Master Yin next to him. They're ready, Palace Master Yun replied with a serious nod. We have selected 1 million disciples from various forces, populations, and countries on Void Continent and Samsara Continent. We have accommodated them in a specially reserved place. We've opened our portal so that they can be transferred here anytime. 1 million. Samsara Temple Master and the other palace masters around him were dumbfounded. In the face of this type of calamity, they must prepare for the worst. 1 million genius disciples might seem adequate, but they were actually insignificant in the entire green fire world. One must know that on the Samsara continent, some medium populations might have a population of more than 1 million. This was the best they could do. They could not get everyone inside the battle fortress. It could not hold that many people, but 1 million at most. Thus, they only chose some promising junior disciples. Palace Master Yin, I'll leave these disciples to you. Samsara Temple Master said in a low voice, if we win, then everything will be fine. But if we lose, the green fire world will die, and we will all die fighting. You must train these young disciples. In the future, you'll continue to fight the Gene Kingdom and bestow our wrath on them. Even if we're trapped beasts, we won't leave the Gene Kingdom peaceful on this battlefield in the following long years. I want to see those Gene Kingdom experts forever suffering from our wrath. I know. Palace Master Yin nodded gravely. They had already discussed the final battle. In this battle, all the top experts in the green fire world would fight with the Gene Kingdom. But however, Palace Master Yin had to stay. He had to govern the battle fortress and prepare for a future counterattack. Finishing his words, Samsara Temple Master took out 2 red gold elixirs. I have 2 elixirs. Samsara Temple Master spoke. These 2 red gold elixirs smelled disgusting like the smell of blood. Other palace masters all looked at the 2 elixirs. This elixir is called the Blood Fire Elixir. A long time ago, I found it on this battlefield and I got 4 of them. Samsara Temple Master continued. 5 million years ago, our Green Fire Palace has fought against them fiercely. We were supposed to lose that battle. In the end, we won and killed the Gene Kingdom monarchs, 1 consciousness doppelganger, because our then 2 palace masters consumed blood fire elixirs. The blood fire elixir will burn your cultivation and life so that you can put up a fierce fight. Of course, it can also make you have a greater strength in a short time. Now there are 2 blood fire elixirs left. I will take one of them. I wonder who wants to take the other. Samsara Temple Master smiled and looked around. Other palace masters all frowned. The blood fire elixir was so deadly that even these palace masters were a bit scared. But at this time, 3 figures darted out. They were Void Temple Master, Tang Emperor, and Red Lotus Palace Master. Perhaps those newly born palace masters feared this elixir, but they would not hesitate. Why? Are you 2 going to take away my elixir? Samsara Temple Master looked at the person next to Tang Emperor and Red Lotus Palace Master. Haha, I've already seen my best days. I'll never compare with the Gene Kingdom monarch. Now there's this opportunity for me to do something helpful. How will I give up? Tang Emperor smiled. I've lived my life. If I have one chance to surge my strength before I die, I'll happily take it. Red Lotus Palace Master also laughed. Void Temple Master, Tang Emperor, and Red Lotus Palace Master had prepared to die. Although they sounded casual, every one of them knew what it meant to swallow the elixir. Their strength would soar rapidly, but they would pay with their lives. Time waits for no one. I'll be the judge. Void, you've lived long like me, and your strength is better. I'll give you the elixir. We'll make the Gene Kingdom hurt. Samsara Temple Master said. Sure. Void Temple Master smiled and took the blood fire elixir. Tang Emperor and Red Lotus Palace Master exchanged glances, and both sighed. Void, after I swallow the blood fire elixir, I will hold back the Gene Kingdom as long as possible. Then, when you've swallowed the elixir, you'll kill as many Gene Kingdom experts as possible. As for the remaining experts, you'll need to gain us time as well. We have to hold on until Jian Wushuang wakes up. Samsara Temple Master said solemnly. The present palace masters looked at Jian Wushuang unanimously. During their discussion, Jian Wushuang was still meditating. Seeing him, the palace masters all smiled. They knew very clearly that Jian Wushuang would be their last hope. As long as Jian Wushuang broke through, they would have the chance to turn the tables on the Gene Kingdom. Samsara Temple Master, the Gene Kingdom experts will soon bypass the battle fortress. Another palace master reminded. Samsara Temple Master's face became cold. If that's the case, let's fight to the death. Green Fire World soldiers, let's kill. Samsara Temple Master shouted the word kill emotionlessly. The soldiers in the battle fortress all echoed him, roaring, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their roaring could almost shake the world. On the perimeter of Battle Fortress, a portal leading to the outside appeared. In the Green Fire World, except Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Yin, all the top experts, all Palace Masters, Celestial Masters, and Tao Masters did not flinch from their enemies. Following Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master through the portal, they rushed outside to confront the Gene Kingdom army. Everyone had prepared to die. Everyone was crazy. They must fight against the Gene Kingdom to the death. Chapter 1236, Fight to the Death. Chapter 1236, Fight to the Death. Kill. With bursts of screaming, the Green Fire World experts ran out through the portal. The Palace Masters led the way. A number of Celestial Masters were in the middle of the parade, and finally numerous Tao Masters in back formed tactical formations. Like a group of wasps, they flocked to the army of the Gene Kingdom. Oh, they actually came out? Hovering in the void, the Gene Kingdom monarch watched all this with a hint of a smile on his lips. He had been trying to find ways to kill all the Green Fire World experts inside the battle fortress. He wanted to get rid of any possible future trouble when he searched for treasure on this battlefield. However, now they came out on their own. Well, if that's the case, I would have saved a lot of troubles. He smirked and immediately ordered, "Kill them all." The Gene Kingdom army shouted, receiving this order. They all looked very excited and bloodthirsty. They had been going in the direction of the Green Fire World. Now they immediately changed the direction and rushed toward the Green Fire World experts who just came out of the battle fortress. The two unmatched armies confronted in moments. Boom! 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 The thunder of roars sounded in the sky. The space shattered directly, and a large number of blast wave formed a horrible storm, rampant in the world. In the first round of confrontation, numerous experts from both parties died. Even 4 Universe Masters were killed on the spot. Humph! Samsara Temple Master was covered under a black armor. His body expanded and transformed into an ancient fierce beast. He snorted and slammed his giant hand. Splash! A lightning-fast claw cracked the world and torn a Universe Master apart in its way. All the Gene Kingdom bastards should die. Covered in his black armor and overwhelming killing intent, Samsara Temple Master led the troops. He stormed through the Gene Kingdom troops and had been unstoppable everywhere. Beside Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master bore the same overwhelming killing intent. He held 2 gold wheels and had turned them into 2 flashes of lightning, sailing in the void and targeting at 2 Universe Masters. The 2 Universe Masters panicked and immediately tried their best to ward off the flashes of lightning, but still one of them was seriously injured and even lost an arm. In a green robe, the indifferent and serious Jan Nantian stared coldly at a Gene Kingdom Universe Master in his way and raised his longsword. Dream chasing. Jian, Nantian murmured. An explicable, dreamy atmosphere spread out. It felt sorrowful, ethereal, but at the same time, it was so sharp that no one could stop it. Jian Nantian used to use the dream chasing to crush every obstacle in his way and reach the heaven-ceasing peak to find Ji Wuming when the ancient demon clan were chasing after him. Now he played the sword play once again. Clang! An icy sword light shot out, without any trace of strong power. It silently appeared in front of the Jin Kingdom opponent and then glided over him. With a streak of red color, the body of the Jin Kingdom Universe Master quietly fell down. Splash! A huge blood river pervaded the entire battlefield. Red Lotus Palace Master's eyes flashed fiercely. He was burning spiritual power to support the entire Jiuyu realm, trying to put any much pressure as possible on the Jin Kingdom experts. Of course, they were not alone. The Green Fire World experts had all tried their best by now. One by one, they rushed forward and fought the enemy fiercely. They were all trying their best, all of them. But at this moment, the Jin Kingdom monarch in the distance glanced at the huge battlefield in front of him. He slightly tilted his mouth and suddenly sprang out. He was extremely good at hiding himself. In the entire Green Fire world, nothing could detect him except Jian Wushuang's strength of soul. But now, Jian Wushuang was meditating. Thus no one was watching him anymore. Swoosh! He showed up on the battlefield out of thin air and happened to appear behind a Green Fire World Palace Master. It was Palace Master Su Qian. He was the upper elder of the Blood Azura clan on Samsara continent and was also Su Rose Master. He used to be a celestial master in Exceptional Realm. Later, he got a Nirvana elixir and became a universe master. At this moment on the battlefield, Su Qian's long hair scattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was fighting fiercely against the Jin Kingdom enemies. However, the Jin Kingdom monarch showed up so suddenly that Su Qian did not have the time to react. The monarch stabbed him in the chest. Before he made any sound, his life vanished. Palace Master Su Qian! The surrounding Green Fire World experts noticed him and became terrified. Be careful, it is the Jin Kingdom monarch. He came, run quickly. Roars sounded on the battlefield. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master witnessed the killing as well. Samsara! Void Temple Master groaned. Leave him to me. Samsara Temple Master grunted. His eyes were the only things that were not covered under his armor. Now they turned red. He opened his mouth and slammed the blood fire elixir into his stomach. He shook and doubled his body in size. Under the black armor, his face was completely distorted. His veins on the forehead, the arms, all bulged viciously. His pupils turned into blood red like a blood sea. At this moment, Samsara Temple Master had completely transformed into an ancient fierce beast. He fixed his blood sea-like eyes upon the Jin Kingdom monarch in the distance, and at the next moment he dashed out overwhelmingly. The Jin Kingdom monarch! Teeth gritted, Samsara Temple Master's endless resentment sounded throughout the battlefield. After the Jin Kingdom monarch casually killed Palace Master Su Qian, he looked at the nearby Red Lotus Palace Master. Red Lotus Palace could control the Jiuyu realm and put great realm pressure on the Jin Kingdom. At that moment, the Jin Kingdom monarch was about to kill Red Lotus Palace Master as he killed Palace Master Su Qian. But at this time the resentful voice arrived. Chapter 1237. Combine 3 strongest sword principles. Chapter 1237. Combine 3 strongest sword principles. Well, just as the Jin Kingdom turned around, he saw the Samsara Temple Master turned black, fierce beast going at him. He squinted and drew the long spear and penetrated the void easily. Boom! A fierce roar sounded. He felt a huge force coming through the spear. He looked slightly surprised and immediately took a few steps back. After a while, he managed to get back on his feet again. Then, the Gene Kingdom monarch immediately looked at Samsara Temple Master. A universe master has actually forced me back? Interesting. The Gene Kingdom monarch smirked. I wonder what kind of elixir you swallowed or what secret skill you used. Samsara Temple Master fixed his red eyes upon the Gene Kingdom monarch, but did not answer the question. Instead, he shouted coolly, The Gene Kingdom monarch, go to hell! Boom! Samsara Temple Master once again rushed forward. This time he turned into a huge black mountain. Terrifying power burst out again. Well, the power is not bad, but tell me, how long can you last in this state? The Gene Kingdom monarch smirked and then rushed toward him. Bam! The Gene Kingdom monarch once again confronted Samsara Temple Master, but this time Samsara Temple Master was knocked around. Although Samsara Temple Master had swallowed the blood fire elixir and greatly increased his power, but he was still only a universe master who could not compare to the Gene Kingdom monarch. At most, he could only take a few blows from the latter. However, his armor was really endurable. Therefore, he managed to have taken a few more blows from the Gene Kingdom monarch. In that way, at the very least, the Gene Kingdom monarch could not fight as freely as he wanted. Moreover, with help from the Green Fire World experts, he could gain more time by holding up the Gene Kingdom monarch. When the two camps fought in the battle fortress, Jian Wushuang still sat there, eyes closed. He was still meditating on the enduring samsara formation. During the meditation, he resolved many doubts and started to see clearly how the swordplay of yin-yang evolved. At last, balance, this is the balance. Yin and yang combine to form an endless circulation. I've devised the samsara sword principle. Boom! A horrible sword essence rose from him, similar to the enduring samsara formation. They both contain two extreme forces. These two extreme forces had been perfectly combined to form a complete circulation. And this circulation built the endless samsara. Since then, after the coalescent sword principle and space-time sword principle, Jian Wushuang had finally created the third strongest sword principle, the samsara sword principle. Just after inventing the samsara sword principle, he immediately discovered that the three most powerful sword principles had already begun to merge. Yes, they were merging. Back then, Jian Wushuang spent a lot of time and energy trying to find a way to integrate them, but in vain. Now, when he finally devised the samsara sword principle, these three strongest sword principles automatically begin to merge. Merge the sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body. This is the road to be a celestial master. They just integrate. Gu King, who was in Jian Wushuang's body, also noticed a change and could not help but secretly exclaim. He just devised the third strongest sword principle, and they immediately began to merge. This was too coincidental. No, this is no coincidence. Gu King shook his head. Back then, when the ultimate war was about to start, he has already begun to try to integrate them. He must have wanted to break through before the final battle, but he didn't. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't have done it. He used to be at a loss because it seemed impossible to make the coalescence sword principle and the space-time sword principle integrate. But now, when he devised the samsara sword principle, the three strongest sword principles immediately began to merge. This is no coincidence. This is the characteristics of the samsara sword principle itself. Samsara is about integrating two extreme forces and maintaining a balanced circulation. This principle is consistent with the integration of the three strongest sword principles. Gu King immediately understood. The samsara sword principle was supposed to blend two extreme forces into a perfectly balanced circulation. The three sword principles would be perfectly balanced as well. Their nature was exactly the same. Jian Wushuang devised the samsara sword principle, and at the same time realized the combination law of sword principle. Therefore, his three strongest sword principles naturally began to merge because everything had fallen into place. Combine three strongest sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body. How strong would the immortal Dharma body be? He's actually an inverse cultivator. Gu King clasped his hands firmly, and his heart was filled with wild expectations. He couldn't help but look at the mysterious Xian Yi above and became more shocked. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang was a 100% monster with enormous potential. Now he had merged the three strongest sword principles. His future would be more promising. Gu King had witnessed Jian Wushuang's growth all the way and had expected the fusion of the three strongest sword principles. However, Xian Yi was different. He was greatly shocked by Xian Yi's skill today. Xian Yi's really in defiance of the natural order. It seems that he simply wanted to pull the enduring samsara formation into the map. However, in fact, he has killed 3 birds with 1 stone. First, he saved the green fire world from the enduring samsara formation. Second, he has repaired the mountain river map for Jian Wushuang. Last, he also created a great creation, a rare opportunity for Jian Wushuang. These 3 results are all part of his plan. If Jian Wushuang manages to save the green fire world in the end, it will be the 4th bird of his plan. I used to follow King Luozhen in the eternal chaotic world, and have seen a lot of great powerhouses display many skills, but it was rare to see skills like Xian Yi's. He's really great. Jian Wushuang's master is really great. Gu King thought and could not help but admire Xian Yi in his heart. At this moment, his 3 strongest sword principles had begun to merge because of the invention of the samsara sword principle. In a short period of time, they had been completely integrated, and then his transformation began. Chapter 1238, Leave Early. Chapter 1238, Leave Early. Martial arts cultivation was about accumulating. A Tao master only needed to develop a Tao that belonged to himself. A celestial master, however, needed to combine 3 Taos to form an immortal Dharma body. The immortal Dharma body transformed one's body. Since Jian Wushuang's 3 strongest sword principles had been merged, his body naturally began to turn. The transformation was fundamental. Jian Wushuang kept his eyes closed, but at this moment he could clearly feel his body undergoing major changes. His flesh and blood, his bones and countless cells throughout his body were all strengthening in every second. This feeling, Jian Wushuang felt comfortable and happy. He immersed himself in this transformation. However, on the battlefield outside, the 2 camps were still fighting brutally. It had almost a quarter since the beginning of the battle. During the time, countless Green Fire World experts madly fought against the Jin Kingdom soldiers. They had been desperately resisting the Jin Kingdom's attack. Countless experts had deceased consequently. There used to be 1,000 battle formations formed by Tao masters when they left the battle fortress. Now, after a quarter, less than 300 of them remained. In other words, 700 battle formations had already broken down. As soon as a battle formation was torn apart, most of the Tao masters were ruthlessly killed by the Jin Kingdom. Only less than 10% of the experts luckily escaped and returned to the battle fortress. After that, without a recovery, they would immediately form a new battle formation with other remaining Tao masters. When the new battle formation was formed, they would immediately set off again. The previous 1,200 celestial masters had also decreased to less than 500 of them. The remaining celestial masters, although heavily injured in body and strength, still fought on. As long as they survived, they would do their utmost to make the Jin Kingdom suffer. As for the palace masters at the level of Universe Master, nearly half of them had died. The remaining Universe Masters went on killing. Kill them all. The whole world darkened because of the terrifying killing. On the vast battlefield, there had been numerous bodies beyond recognition. The entire ground was covered in blood, like a blood sea. It was appalling. Boom! A thunderous sound banged. With the bang, a blast wave spread. A nearby green fire world celestial master and 2 Gene Kingdom celestial masters did not dodge it. Within the range of the blast wave's power, they were smashed into blood fog and floated downward. Humph! Fully covered in a black armor, Samsara Temple Master grunted like an ancient fierce beast. He tried hard to slow his pace in the void. His face was still red, and his face under the black armor had been distorted completely. At the same time, he was also quivering with rage, as if he could collapse at any time. Go on, don't stop. Sneering in the void, the Gene Kingdom monarch held his spear calmly, tongue in cheek. Samsara Temple Master had been fighting against him. Now, Samsara Temple Master had obviously stretched to the limit. However, the Gene Kingdom monarch looked as calm as ever, and his aura was still great and aggressive. Seeing this, Samsara Temple Master bit his lips. His eyes were filled with endless anger and unwillingness. Is this my best? Although unwilling to admit it, Samsara Temple Master knew very clearly about his current state. The blood fire elixir's strength almost ran out, and his life was drawing to an end. Now he could only strike one more time. Ha ha! Samsara Temple Master suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. He laughed hysterically but looked more determined than ever. On the battlefield, all Green Fire World experts turned their heads, hearing Samsara Temple Master laugh. Void, Tang Emperor, Red Lotus, and everyone in the Green Fire World. Samsara will leave early. When he finished, he aura surged. Once again, he rushed toward the Gene Kingdom monarch like a fierce beast. The last counterattack before you die? The Gene Kingdom monarch made fun of him and was ready to kill Samsara Temple Master once and for all. However, by the time Samsara Temple Master approached, before the Gene Kingdom monarch struck. Burst! A roar rang through the void, followed by a thunderous bang. One of the oldest palace masters in the Green Fire World, Samsara Temple Master, blew up himself. Seeing this, the Green Fire World experts were all crying in their hearts. Their hearts ached so much that they seemed to bleed with endless grief. But soon, they turned this grief into bitter feelings of resentment. Then they did their utmost to make the Gene Kingdom experts suffer. Kill! Kill this bunch of bastards. Gene Kingdom, prepare to die! Roars resounded through heaven and earth. The already fierce battlefield became crazier. Samsara! Void Temple Master stood in the void and watched Samsara Temple Master explode. He was shaking. Then he took out his blood fire elixir. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the blood fire elixir, his aura also skyrocketed. Gene Kingdom. Resentfully, Void Temple Master directly rushed toward the Gene Kingdom monarch. Having been affected by the explosion of Samsara Temple Master, the Gene Kingdom monarch stopped briefly to collect himself as Void Temple Master rushed toward him. Again, humph! The Gene Kingdom monarch was finally provoked. He immediately struck out. Although he was not as good as Samsara Temple Master, he did try his best to gain them more time with the help of the blood fire elixir. After a while, bang! Another violent explosion sounded. Brother Samsara, I'll go with you. Following Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master exploded himself as well. Both 2 overlords on the Green Fire World had fallen. At the moment in the battle fortress, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground. Finally, he was in the final step of the transformation. Chapter 1239. Fury makes you lose it. Chapter 1239. Fury makes you lose it. Inside the battle fortress. Bam! Jian Wushuang had been violently shaking, but now he finally quieted down. After he fully calmed himself, Jian Wushuang's body took on a faint golden glow. This golden glow came with expansive aura. This is the divine light. Gu King was shocked. How is it possible? Didn't he combine 3 strongest sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body? How can there be a divine light? Didn't he cultivate the immortal divine body instead of the immortal Dharma body? Knowledgeable as Gu King, he could not help but find Jian Wushuang's change shocking. Combine the sword principles, cultivate the immortal Dharma body, and finally become a celestial master. After that, transform the immortal Dharma body for the second time, form the immortal divine body, and become a universe master. The body of a universe master was already a real deal divine body. But now Jian Wushuang's body took on a golden divine light, which only belonged to an immortal divine body. After the transformation, Jian Wushuang's body had exceeded the immortal Dharma body and became an immortal divine body. With the immortal divine body, Jian Wushuang did not fall into the category of celestial master anymore, but a universe master. He had become a universe master in leaps and bounds. Is that what an inverse cultivator can do? Gu King gasped. In addition, he not only transformed his body, but also the soul fire within his sea of consciousness. The soul fire inside him had been very fragile, but after the transformation, the soul fire was more than 10 times stronger than before. The soul power was completely transformed as well. Inside the battle fortress, sitting on the ground cross-legged, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes. At the moment, a fierce light shot out. It was so sharp that it could even chill a universe master's bones. Then, the fierce light directly tore apart the void in its way. Jian Wushuang slowly stood up, and he heard his bones crackling. He had not sat for a long time, but he felt as if he had been sitting for hundreds of millions of years. Jian Wushuang, how are you feeling now? Gu King suddenly asked. How am I feeling now? Jian Wushuang paused and continued. I feel very strong. Strong. Gu King was dazed. However, Jian Wushuang just ignored him and flew out. Soon, he showed up outside the battle fortress. Jian Wushuang appeared on the battlefield. He stood in the void on the top and brought forth the strength of soul from his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he had covered the vast battlefield with his soul power. Everyone and everything on the battlefield were projected in his mind. At the same time, people on the battlefield immediately spotted him. Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Wushuang. It is Palace Master Wushuang. On the battlefield, numerous people exclaimed and fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Schwanger. At the core of the battlefield, a cyan-dressed man who was surrounded by 4 universe masters looked up in the direction of Jian Wushuang. This man was no other than Jian Wushuang's master, Jian Nantian. At this moment, only his upper half body remained. His legs had been cut off. However, he still managed to fight against 4 Jin Kingdom universe masters. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he smiled thoughtfully. Jian Wushuang, the white-haired Tang Emperor, who grew a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, was covered in blood. His aura had decreased to the lowest point. The elixir's strength and his resentment supported him to continue killing. At this moment, Tang Emperor also looked at Jian Wushuang. On the ground below, Emperor Shao, who had broken through to be a celestial master, laid in a pool of blood. Only half of his body remained, but he managed to survive. He was trying his best to heal himself in order to get on the battlefield again, to kill the Jin Kingdom experts again. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the battle fortress, Emperor Shao saw him too. Jian Wushuang, my good son-in-law, you finally wake up. In a place on the battlefield, a man and a woman were leaning against each other. Around them, 13 Jin Kingdom experts gathered. They were Yang Zishuan and Su Ro. Yang Zishuan had completely changed to a dragon man. Su Ro had opened her Azura eyes as well. Their auras looked weak. Obviously, they had reached a point where they could not carry on. But now, they all saw Jian Wushuang in the distance. Then, Yang Zishuan and Su Ro both smiled. "Brother, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Covered in blood, a man beyond recognition stood in the center of the battlefield. He held a saber in one hand and a battle axe in the other. He used 2 magic weapons to fight against the Jin Kingdom experts. He was Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian. Xue Lingtian used sabers. The battle axe he held used to belong to the deceased Bai Hu. Among Jian Wushuang's 3 senior brothers, only Xue Lingtian survived. "Junior brother, it's your turn." Jian Wushuang, Palace Master Wushuang. Everyone from the Green Fire world looked at Jian Wushuang. He was their last hope. Jian Wushuang had witnessed everything on the battlefield. He saw their weak auras, their moanings and lingering hope. He could even hear the whole Green Fire world roaring. At the same time, he also sensed the already lost, disappeared auras. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Red Lotus Palace Master. Jian Wushuang murmured. 3rd senior brother, Emperor Yun, Huaqiong, Palace Master Su Qian, Patriarch of Empyrean Glory and Ape Celestial Master. "Do we lost all of them?" Jian Wushuang clenched both hands, and his heart was beating violently. Boom, 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 boom. His heart beat like a drum. Gradually, Jian Wushuang's face was twisting. "The Jin Kingdom!" Jian Wushuang roared. Even his soul spat these 2 words. Fury. Unprecedented fury filled Jian Wushuang's mind and soul in an instant. Fury could make him lose it. Chapter 1240. One stroke that could crumble the world. Chapter 1240. One stroke that could crumble the world. The Jin Kingdom. A thunder of roar echoed in the ears of all Jin Kingdom experts. They all looked up and noticed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, holding a spear in the center of the battlefield. The Jin Kingdom monarch saw Jian Wushuang and squinted. He could sense the change of aura on Jian Wushuang. Has he broken through? But the battle will end soon. He is late. The Jin Kingdom monarch was highly confident. In this ultimate battle, the Green Fire world was actually in a disadvantaged position. Now, they were even more imperiled. Only a small number of Green Fire world experts were still struggling. At this time, even if he broke through, even if he was able to compete with him, so what? The die was cast. How can Jian Wushuang alone change anything? But at this moment, under everyone's eyes, Jian Wushuang shook. In his sea of consciousness, the improved soul fire had been burning wildly. In an instant, immense soul power poured out like a tide. Clang! Immaterial soul power swept in all directions and covered the entire battlefield like a realm. All experts on the battlefield could clearly sense a force around themselves. This kind of power was strange and unreachable, but they could feel the existence of this power. What is he going to do? Many experts on the battlefield looked doubtful and failed to understand Jian Wushuang's behaviors. At this moment, Jian Wushuang looked ferocious with his immense killing intent. He coldly stared at the Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield. All Jin Kingdom experts, die! Just at the moment when he finished a sentence, the soul power that had filled the entire battlefield burst out to form numerous soul spikes. Then, they directly rushed to the nearest Jin Kingdom experts. Massacre. This was the largest massacre with the soul power. Only people who had ignited their soul fire and improved it to a certain level could do this. Before the transformation, he couldn't display it. But when he had combined the 3 strongest sword principles, he had greatly improved his soul fire. Now, it was time to exert himself to display the move. This move affected the entire battlefield. It affected all Gene Kingdom experts on the battlefield. The move contained the entire Green Fire world's endless fury and the resentment that accumulated over the past 5 million years. The move was the biggest counterattack Jian Wushuang performed at the brink of the fall of the Green Fire world. It was one stroke that could crumble the world. The soul spikes formed by the soul power swept every Gene Kingdom experts on the battlefield. Then they instantly pierced their skins. Buzz! Everything was quiet. The soul power attack was supposed to be silent without any noise. In the silence, the remaining nearly 2,000 Gene Kingdom experts on the battlefield widened their eyes. Celestial Masters and Universe Masters all gawked and froze in the middle of the air. No one spoke and no one made a sound. The entire battlefield fell silent. This strange scene left the Green Fire World experts in great shock. What happened? What happened to the Gene Kingdom experts? Why are they frozen? People was puzzled and in doubt. All the Gene Kingdom experts' time seemed to pause. Of course, this pause only lasted for a moment. Soon, Red's now king in the crowd quickly regained his consciousness. Consciousness attack, a strong consciousness attack. Red's now king secretly admired and turned around. You! Behind the Red Snow King, there were supposed to be several celestial masters in exceptional realm. However, when Red's now king turned around, he grew pale. He found they were quiet. Dead. Red's now king was startled. However, this was just the beginning. Buzz. When the soul power completely dispersed, the world became audible again. But at the next moment, a creepy scene appeared. In the void on the battlefield, splash! Numerous bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. After that, there was no more noise. Too many bodies had fallen to the ground. Originally, there were nearly 2,000 Gene Kingdom experts on the battlefield, but now 9/10 of them had turned into raindrops that fell to the ground. Only those stronger universe masters remained above in the void. Within moments, among a large number of Gene Kingdom experts, only several top experts remained. Deafening silence. The vast world fell completely silent. No sound was heard. The remaining Gene Kingdom experts on the battlefield and many unaffected Green Fire World experts all looked scared, even stunned. They all stared at the ground below. None of the Gene Kingdom experts who fell to the ground rose up again. They stayed there forever. Dead, they're all dead. A Green Fire World murmured. All Gene Kingdom experts who fell to the ground died. None of them survived. There had nearly been 2,000 experts. In an instant, only a few dozens of universe masters lasted. All celestial masters had all deceased. No. Impossible. Dream. This must be a dream. I don't accept this. When the remaining Gene Kingdom experts finally collected themselves, they screamed and roared. They were roaring in disbelief. Even the calm Gene Kingdom monarch looked terrified in disbelief. His 2,000 celestial masters were killed in an instant. What was this skill? How did Jian Wushuang manage to use this skill? How could he utilize such an incredible skill? How did he do it? Chapter 1241. Jian Wushuang and the Gene Kingdom Monarch. Chapter 1241. Jian Wushuang and the Gene Kingdom Monarch. No. The remaining Gene Kingdom Universe Masters on the entire battlefield were all caught in an unprecedented horror. Jian Wushuang's move was terrifying. He used only one move to kill all their celestial masters. Although, for the Gene Kingdom, Universe Masters were their pillars. However, after the war, when they started to search for treasures on this battlefield, they would need a large number of celestial masters. But now, the celestial masters had all been wiped out. How could they stay calm? And what was more horrifying was Jian Wushuang's incredible skill. Contrary to the Jin Kingdom, the Green Fire World rejoiced over the massacre. 2,000 celestial masters had been killed in an instant. One must know that only less than 200 Green Fire World celestial masters remained. They had been using battle formations to make up for their strength gaps. But now, all Jin Kingdom celestial masters were dead. This alone pulled back the Green Fire World from the crisis of destruction. In this ultimate battle, they finally saw the stroke of dawn. Schwanger. Jian Nantian clasped his hands firmly, and his eyes sparkled with unprecedented surprises. One must know that the one launched the overwhelming move was his son, Jian Wushuang. Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, Shueling Tian, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou all became excited again. They knew that Jian Wushuang would never let them down. Above the void, Jian Wushuang hovered emotionlessly. He just slaughtered so many Jin Kingdom celestial masters, but did not feel pity at all. As he said before, all Jin Kingdom experts must die. Gu King inside his body secretly admired. It's a soul outclass. Under normal circumstances, only the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen can use the skill. He actually utilized it when he's only a universe master. What an inverse cultivator! He's ignited the fire of soul as a Tao master. Incredible! If he keeps improving his soul power in the future, when he reaches the level of the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen, how strong will his soul power be? Formidable. A formidable inverse cultivator. Gu King knew very well how demanding Jian Wushuang's previous move was. However, being an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang ignited the soul power as a Tao master and managed to exert that skill as a universe master. And this skill had directly wiped out all the Jin Kingdom celestial masters on the battlefield. In an instant, the situation completely changed. Of course, although the situation had been reversed, it did not mean the Green Fire World was already safe. After all, Jian Wushuang only killed the Jin Kingdom celestial masters. Their universe masters and the supreme monarch remained intact. Swoosh! Under the eyes of everyone, Jian Wushuang dashed and crossed over half of the battlefield. Then he appeared in front of the Jin Kingdom monarch. Jin Kingdom monarch. Jian Wushuang sounded cold. Jian Wushuang. Likewise, the Jin Kingdom monarch's eyes flashed with coldness. Just now, the Jin Kingdom monarch saw Jian Wushuang and did not pay much attention, because he thought it would not change anything even if he had broken through. However, in a short period of time, Jian Wushuang proved him wrong. He alone was able to change the situation. Humph! The Jin Kingdom monarch snorted. In his eyes, there was immense killing intent. And at the next moment, he moved. A harsh, wind-breaking sound rang. The Jin Kingdom monarch showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. The black spear held by him took on a dark glow and overwhelming strong power. It rushed toward Jian Wushuang's chest. Splash! It pierced through the void. A hole that covered a range of thousands of miles formed. At the core of this big hole, a streak of bright black light rose up. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang squinted and did not draw a sword or perform any swordsmanship to resist. Just when the black flowing light was less than 1 meter away from him, he finally lifted his hand. He caught the flowing light with his mighty right hand. Boom! The power that could easily wipe out a universe master burst out. But Jian Wushuang still clenched the streak of light in his palm. He did not release his hands until the power in the flowing light completely dissipated. What? Even the Jin Kingdom monarch was shocked. Jian Wushuang dared to resist his attack barehanded. And he actually succeeded. Jin Kingdom Monarch. Jian Wushuang hovered, still expressionlessly. He was still holding the black long spear. Being the head of a country and leading so many universe masters and celestial masters, you must be better than this. Get all your strengths out, or it will be dull to beat you. Jian Wushuang's voice spread slowly. At the moment he finished, he flicked his wrists. Then the Jin Kingdom Monarch took a few steps back. After regaining his stance, the Jin Kingdom once again looked at Jian Wushuang with a more serious manner. Jian Wushuang, the Jin Kingdom Monarch, spoke slowly. I have seen your potential before and know you're very promising, and might pose a threat to me. Now, I still underestimated you. I regret it. Regret? Jian Wushuang was astonished. I regret that, when you wanted to destroy my enduring samsara formation, I didn't wipe you out at all costs. You actually escaped twice from me. The Jin Kingdom Monarch sounded cold. If I've killed you at all costs, then it would not be so hard to raze the green fire world to the ground. But now, the Jin Kingdom Monarch looked around and wore a terrible face. When the Jin Kingdom first arrived on the battlefield, they had mighty combat power and numerous experts. After the last round of battle, especially after Jian Wushuang's horrifying move, in addition to him, only dozens of universe masters survived. If he wanted to occupy such a large battlefield with so few people, he would be lunatic. The Jin Kingdom has lost the battle. The Jin Kingdom Monarch clasped his hands tightly, and although he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit it. With their current combat power, it would be unrealistic to occupy a huge battlefield like this, let alone wipe the green fire world off the face of the earth. Chapter 1242, Universe God. Chapter 1242, Universe God. If Jian Wushuang were not there, the monarch of Kingdom Jin could bring doom to the entire green fire world on his own. However, he had tried to measure Jian Wushuang's strength in a tentative attack and realized the latter might not be any stronger than him now, but definitely would not be much weaker. Had he not have absolute confidence he could defeat Jian Wushuang, even if they were to fight flat out. He would not have the chance to eliminate the green fire world as long as Jian Wushuang was in the way. No need for any further nonsense, monarch of Kingdom Jin. The inferno between your country and green fire world has lasted for 5 million years and can only be terminated with the death of either party. Now is the time to settle the accounts between us and between the two forces behind us, said Jian Wushuang in a deep voice. To settle our accounts? The monarch of Kingdom Jin asked, slightly lifting his mouth. You seem to be quite confident, huh? Okay, as you wish, he said. Today's fight will decide to whom this battlefield belongs, and also which of the two forces shall survive, said Jian Wushuang. Bring it, said the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Upon finishing his words, the monarch of Kingdom Jin waved his hands. Immediately his jade-black long spear disappeared and was replaced with a golden one. The golden long spear shone with brilliant gloss and exhibited mighty strength that spread all over the sky. It was, apparently, much more powerful than the jade-black one. The perceived strength of the monarch of Kingdom Jin started to rise fiercely and increased to a new, higher level. His entire body was enveloped by the thick glow of divine-like glory, emitting numerous strands of energy, as well as a terrifying sense of threat. Elites from the two forces on the battlefield all shivered with fear upon perceiving his strength. Retreat, retreat, right away, shouted the people on the battlefield. Immediately, the surviving elites from both Kingdom Jin and Green Fire World stopped fighting in unison and retreated to the edge of the battlefield, afraid of being dragged involuntarily into the fierce battle between these peak powers. Standing in the void sky, Jian Wushuang's eyes froze when they perceived the mighty strength exhibited by the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Just as I thought, the monarch of Kingdom Jin didn't reveal his full strength before, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Jian Wushuang, be cautious. "This guy has truly obtained extraordinary strength," said Guking. The king of venomous worms' voice suddenly sounded. When he attacked earlier, only a fraction of his divine power could be perceived, which led me to conclude that the divine power inside him had been fully transformed. But now he must have finished the transformation and has become a genuine universe god. Unverse god? The level beyond universe master? Asked Jian Wushuang. Definitely, King of Venomous Worms said and nodded. A universe master would undergo a second transformation from a mortal dharma body to divine body of invincibility. Although the divine body of invincibility is obtained, a universe master still has to extract power from the spiritual power within his system. Thus, he would be half equivalento a god and half to a human. The advancement from holy master to universe master is just half a step forward, he continued. A full step forward can be taken only if one becomes a universe god, when all spiritual power within his system is transformed into divine power. Only a combination of infinite divine power and divine body of invincibility can create a genuine immortal god, unparalleled in the eternal chaotic world, he explained further. Really? Jian Wushuang said, nodding to himself understandingly. The universe master fits between the holy master and the universe god. Becoming a universe master was just half a step forward. A full step forward could only be Tignaitha became a universe god. Yet, obviously, it would not be easy to take a full step forward. A genuine universe god with complete divine power is extremely powerful, the king of venomous worms said solemnly. Extreme power is my pursuit, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, his expression still not changing. He had absolute confidence in his strength now. Having integrated 3 of the most powerful principles for swordsmanship and built my divine body of invincibility, how much more powerful can I become? Jian Wushuang asked. Let me find out with the monarch of Kingdom Jin, he shouted. Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hands. The Blood Mountain sword was a gift from his master, Xian Yi. The weapon contained the power to suppress, but did not show much mighty strength on its own. But after having integrated 3 of the most powerful principles for swordsmanship and advancing to higher levels, when he wielded the Blood Mountain sword again, the weapon seemed to be much more powerful than he imagined. Its mighty strength had not been fully revealed until now. The Blood Mountain sword emitted a gentle, echoing sound while shaking madly. It seemed to be cheering because its mighty strength had finally been discovered and activated by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could also sense that the Blood Mountain sword was different now. An embryo sword, he exclaimed. Itis, an embryo sword, the king of venomous worms said. The king of venomous worms spoke in shock to Jian Wushuang's heart. I was wondering why a master of refining weapons like yours had gifted you with a seemingly ordinary sword, a chaos magic treasure off normal level. It's not until now that I've realized that your master has given you an embryo sword, said the king of venomous worms. An embryo sword is capable of increasing its own strength continuously through battling and killing. Besides that, if you are able to achieve success in terms of unique skills, the sword's mighty strength can multiply when you incorporate them into it, he continued. An embryo sword of this kind has always been precious and rare to find in the markets of the eternal chaotic world, exclaimed the king of venomous worms. Upon hearing the king of venomous worms' words, Jian Wushuang smiled distractedly. He did not care whether it or not it was an embryo sword. All he knew was that his Blood Mountain sword was very eager to engage in a fierce battle and was thirsty for blood. It was hungry for the blood of powerful elites. Monarch of Kingdom Jin, Jian Wushuang said, fixing his eyes on the monarch before him. Jian Wushuang, the monarch said, staring back at him. Fire seemed to be burning where their eyes met. No more exchange of words was needed when their eyes met each other. Swoosh! Swoosh! Both of them moved. The two of them suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. "Swordsmanship! Skyfall!" shouted Jian Wushuang. Killing intents were welling up and roaring in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He wielded the Blood Mountain's sword with both hands and immediately struck downward, following an echoing stern cry. Splat! The entire space was cut apart. "Dragon Star!" shouted the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Divine power was springing up from all over the body of the monarch of Kingdom Jin. The golden long spear in his hands transformed into a flash of golden light, like a giant golden dragon, which roared and instantly broke out of a void in the sky. Fueled by divine power, the long spear emitted great and mighty power, enough to shake the whole world. Bang! Following a loud boom, the entire sky was torn apart and opened up a huge, boundless black hole. Both Jian Wushuang and the monarch of Kingdom Jin retreated into the black hole after the shock, but the monarch of Kingdom Jin only backed up 2 steps before being able to stand firmly. Then he darted out of the hole like a ghost. "Die!" he shouted. The monarch of Kingdom Jin reached Jian Wushuang, piercing his head with the golden long spear without any resistance. Chapter 1243, Summit Battle. Chapter 1243, Summit Battle. The harsh wind was whistling, and the golden long spear pierced through Jian Wushuang's head like lightning, but it appeared not to have touched the flesh. Is it a residual shadow? The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was shocked. A ghostly figure appeared beside the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and with a slight chuckle the voice rang out, "Sir, you're too slow." Immediately after these words, the sword lit up. Spell of disturbance. Swoosh! 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 Thousands of sword shadows instantly appeared. After the 3 strongest levels of the sword principle were integrated, the swordsmanship of Jian Wushuang had been instantly metamorphosized and upgraded. The current spell of disturbance was at least dozens of times stronger than before. Thousands of sword shadows were coming down toward the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and before the sword shadows arrived, Jian Wushuang's horrible soul attack had already been in full force. Jian Wushuang had just killed nearly 2,000 holy masters of the Jin Kingdom by means of soul attack, which demonstrated just how strong his soul attack was. His soul attack had been used for a wide range earlier, but now it was focused on one person. When the soul attack came, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom felt a slight sting in his mind. And this stinging was getting stronger and stronger with the unceasing swordsmanship attacks from Jian Wushuang. Humph! The monarch of the Jin Kingdom grunted and repeatedly attacked with his long spear. Clang! 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 The continuous crashes resounded through the air. The sky was rocked by each crash. There were nearly 100 crashes per second. In other words, there had almost been 100 head-on impacts between Jian Wushuang and the monarch within such a short time. This speed. At the perimeter of the battlefield, the experts of the 2 camps were staring with terror at the center of the battlefield broken into pieces. They could feel the power of the impact, but their strength was not enough for them to clearly see the details of the fight between Jian Wushuang and the monarch. Too fast! Both Jian Wushuang and the monarch of the Jin Kingdom were too fast. Even the universe masters were unable to see clearly. If I was in a battle with such speed and power, I would have already died, thought the Redsnow King of the Jin Kingdom with a shocked face. He had been aware of the strength of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and therefore he was not surprised at his battle strength. But he did not know that Jian Wushuang could also be so powerful. About 2,000 years before, he had been sent to assassinate Jian Wushuang with several other universe masters of the Jin Kingdom. At that time, Jian Wushuang could not compete with them at all and escaped. But now, Jian Wushuang was able to compete with the monarch who had always been supreme in the eyes of the Redsnow King. This is power at the level of universe God. Long Su King of the Jin Kingdom was also standing on the battlefield. His body was trembling, and he had an extremely complicated look on his face. He had always wished to become a universe god, even in his dreams, but unfortunately he was still far from it. He was not surprised at the monarch's powerful strength, because the monarch was a universe god, but he wondered why Jian Wushuang was also so powerful. Although he has made a breakthrough, he is only a universe master. How is it possible that a universe master is able to compete with the monarch? Long Su King was shocked. There were many invincible universe masters in the eternal chaotic world, and he was one. However, an invincible universe master was only invincible among universe masters. He would always be inferior to a universe god. He had never heard of a universe master competing with a universe god in the eternal chaotic world. But today he had seen it. A universe master had really contended with a universe god, and their strength was quite equal. At the center of the battlefield, bang, bang, the figures of Jian Wushuang and the monarch crashed into each other fiercely again and again. Red shadow. The divine power was rolling in the hands of the monarch and then gathered onto the long spear. The spear had not yet been thrust, but the world around it had already rocked madly. The power of the long spear accumulated and finally burst out, leaving only a phantom in the void. The long spear shot out like lightning. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and disfigured his face. Then the blood mountain sword instantly flew out from his hand. The unique skill of swordsmanship. The stroke of dawn, Jian Wushuang shouted. The two terrifying attacks collided. For a time, the sky and the earth were shattering. After this impact, the monarch obviously could not resist the force. He could not help but fall back a few steps before he could regain his stance. His strength is even more powerful than my divine power. The monarch could not believe it. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had an inverse cultivation, although Jian Wushuang was just a universe master. Inverse cultivation could upgrade his strength to a higher level. In other words, a universe master with inverse cultivation was almost as powerful as a universe god. More importantly, Jian Wushuang's inverse cultivation had been integrated with the strongest 3 levels of sword principle. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was a 4-star imperial god at the highest level. In addition, Jian Wushuang also had the blood-killing plate armor, which could burst out stage 2 power and cause his offensive power to skyrocket again. All of these had made the current Jian Wushuang extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang was not inferior to a universe god with divine power. As a universe master in defiance of the natural order, he could overwhelm a universe god. It was because Jian Wushuang was a universe master in defiance of the natural order. He is not only better than me in terms of power, but his speed is also faster than mine. As for the defense, the monarch could not help but think of the scene where Jian Wushuang had taken his long spear with bare hands. If I was facing a long spear like that, I would never have had the guts to take it with bare hands, he thought. Jian Wushuang must have a very strong divine body that is beyond my imagination. He is just a universe master, but he is better than me in terms of strength, speed, and defense, the monarch asked himself. He raised his head and cast a look to Jian Wushuang like a fierce beast. If I cannot have the upper hand in terms of strength, speed, and defense, then I must resort to my unique skills. The monarch screamed, and his divine power was tumbling. Immediately, there was a huge ocean formed by the divine power spreading around. His whole body was filled with a horrible aura, and his eyes became scarlet. A golden thunderbolt was rising slowly from his golden long spear. The experts of the 2 camps around the battlefield were all horrified. Everyone held his breath and looked over to the monarch. Chapter 1244, Nirvana. Chapter 1244, Nirvana. At the center of the battlefield, the monarch of the Jin kingdom, threw the long spear out of his hand, and his whole divine power suddenly burst forth. Unique skill. Immortality God, he shouted. Roar. With a sudden violent roar, a massive thunderbolt gathered on the fierce golden spear. In an instant it formed an enormous golden thunderbolt exotic beast. This golden thunderbolt exotic beast was more than tens of thousands of miles in size. Its whole body was covered with golden thunderbolt. Once it was formed, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed directly at Jian Wushuang. Its horrible power would terrify the entire universe. Everyone around the battlefield was also horrified to see the golden thunderbolt exotic beast that appeared out of nowhere. Immortality God. This was the strongest move that the monarch had performed in this battle. Universe God. Unique skill. When Gu King saw this, he was shocked. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and then turned back to look over toward the experts of the Green Fire World. 5 million years. Jian Wushuang murmured. It's been 5 million years of fights, and our Green Fire World has lost too many experts. The grievances between the Green Fire World and the Jin Kingdom must be settled today. Then Jian Wushuang looked at the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The power of the Blood Mountain sword surged, and the sword trembled with skyrocketing sword essence. The next sword attack, it is not for the sake of revenge for the many experts who died in the past 5 million years. It is not for letting out the endless anger of our Green Fire World. It is for the future of our Green Fire World and for our future generations. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, It is to completely end this war, to let my green fire be reborn, and to usher in a new era. The name of the next sword attack is Nirvana. Jian Wushuang spoke very slowly so that everyone in the place could hear it clearly. At this moment, his vast force had been integrated into the Blood Mountain sword. The 3 strongest sword principles combined. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword principles had also increased to the highest point. An intoxicating sword light suddenly appeared on the Blood Mountain sword and became more and more resplendent. Go. Jian Wushuang talked to the sword light, which then suddenly burst out. Since the stroke of dawn, the second unique skill created by Jian Wushuang, Nirvana, had also come to the world. The stroke of dawn was created by him when he had opened up the 2 strongest sword principles. Now he had opened up all 3 strongest sword principles and integrated them. When he was fighting fiercely in the decisive battle, he had a lot of deep understandings of the sword principles. With all of these prerequisites, he created the second unique skill, Nirvana. Jian Wushuang created this move in order to create a new era for the Green Fire World. It represented the future of the Green Fire World. It was also the hope of the Green Fire World. At the moment when the sword light was plucked, everyone could not help but be attracted to it. While the huge golden thunderbolt exotic beast was rushing in, the sword light went directly into its bloody mouth. The 2 collided. Buzz! There was no violent crashing sound as expected, but only the slight sound of tremors. However, the next moment the vast world began to tremble wildly. The earth below, the land that had been stained with blood, was crushed immediately. Dust and gravel were crushed into powder. A huge sinkhole, hundreds of thousands of miles wide and more than 300 meters deep, appeared in the ground. At the same time, the collision also formed a blast wave, sweeping out in all directions. The experts in the 2 camps at the perimeter of the battlefield were swept by the blast wave for the first time. Puff, puff, puff. There were sounds of vomiting blood one after another. The experts were all hit by the impact. The remaining Tao masters of the Green Fire World were all blown away. Go hide behind the battle fortress. The Tang Emperor immediately issued an order. The Tao masters of the Green Fire World hurriedly fled to the battle fortress. In the middle of the battlefield, The two powers were still squeezing and slamming onto each other. But the stalemate had only lasted for a moment, and then the sword light became more brilliant. Voila! The golden exotic beast's bloody mouth was immediately cut open by the thunderbolt, and then the beast disappeared. What? The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was shocked. His strongest move was completely crushed by Jian Wushuang. After defeating the golden exotic beast, the brilliant sword light appeared in front of the monarch. The monarch had no time to resist. Boom! The sword light carried an endless power and hit the monarch in his chest. The defense skill of the monarch was immediately crushed, and then his chest exploded. Whoosh! The monarch transformed into a golden flowing light and stumbled tens of thousands of miles backward before he could regain his stance. After he stopped, the people around the battlefield immediately looked over, and then everyone was horrified. The experts of the Jin Kingdom could not even believe their eyes. The golden robe of the monarch was ruined and stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled. The most striking thing was the bull-size hole of blood in the chest of the monarch. This blood hole nearly penetrated the monarch's chest completely. How miserable it was! How can this be? The monarch actually lost. The invincible monarch has lost to a universe master of the green fire world. How is this possible? There were terrible screams from the camp of the Jin Kingdom. The universe masters of the Jin Kingdom could not believe what they had seen. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was a universe god. He was a genuine expert even in the eternal chaotic world. How could he lose to a universe master? They really could not accept this fact. Contrary to the Jin Kingdom, the green fire world rejoiced. Victory! His Highness has defeated the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Kill him, Palace Master Wushuang. Kill him. The voices full of killing intent rang through the sky. Everyone in the green fire world looked at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Their eyes were filled with endless resentment. Chapter 1245 Trump Card of the Monarch. Chapter 1245 Trump Card of the Monarch. Kill him. Wushuang Palace Master, strike him down. He must die. As yellings full of resentment and killing intent kept reaching his ears, Jian Wushuang's face turned grave. The Jin Kingdom was against us for all the past 5 million years, and the Green Fire Palace suffered heavy losses during this period of time, especially in those 2 consecutive battles. Many of our high-level experts lost their lives. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom is the one who caused all of this. To completely end this, I must kill the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. However, why is he still alive? I thrust my sword into his chest, and his heart should be smashed now. Jian Wushuang thought in surprise. He meant to kill the monarch with the blow. Nevertheless, the king was just badly hurt after receiving the blow. Jian Wushuang, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, is a universe god. His divine power and divine body have already reached the perfect realm, and so has his life core. Besides, he's capable of using some skills to protect his life core. Although you crushed his heart, you failed to destroy his life core. That's why he's still alive, said Guking. This monarch's life core is hidden inside his head. If you want to take his life, you must smash his head to pieces. Can I really end his life by breaking his head? Jian Wushuang thought, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was now several thousand kilometers away from Jian Wushuang. He was trembling with fear, looking surprised. He had never expected himself to be defeated by Jian Wushuang, a universe master, monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang suddenly roared to the monarch. The monarch raised his head immediately and caught sight of the murderous look in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Today you must die, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice as he came at the monarch. The monarch's face turned ferocious as he responded with a snort. Jian Wushuang, I admit that your cultivation levels are above mine. But do you really believe that you can take my life? I do not think you can do that. As soon as the monarch finished his sentence, he waved his hand to summon a flowing silver light. The silver light was moving at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, it had come close to Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed toward Jian Wushuang with amazing speed and ferocity. What's this? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows in surprise and immediately brandished his sword to fend off the attack. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Jian Wushuang could not help stepping backward. The experts of the green fire world, who were watching the fight around the battlefield, were shocked. They found it hard to believe that the silver thing could easily knock Jian Wushuang away. After all, Jian Wushuang had demonstrated his strength not long ago. His strength was obviously stronger than that of the monarch. Even when the monarch had performed at his highest level, Jian Wushuang had been able to ward off his attacks. When Jian Wushuang managed to stand on his feet again, he narrowed his eyes and gazed at the silver-armored, burly man. His countenance turned grim as he said through gritted his teeth, "Fire puppet!" The flowing silver light, which had forced Jian Wushuang to step backward instantly, was a fire puppet. It used to belong to the green fire world. To break a formation, the green fire palace had sent it out to stop the monarch of the Jin kingdom during a previous battle. But instead of removing the formation, it had been taken away by the monarch. Now the monarch used it against Jian Wushuang. Damn it, he's fire gems. That's why he's able to manipulate the fire puppet, said Jian Wushuang. One had to use fire gems to manipulate a fire puppet. After countless years of search on the battlefield, the Green Fire Palace had only collected a small amount of fire gems, and during the previous battle, they had run out of them. Jian Wushuang had once thought that the monarch would have never been unable to control the puppet even after getting some fire gems. But now it turned out that he had underestimated this monarch. Fire gems are rare indeed, but if a universe god is interested in them, he can always manage to get some. The monarch of the Jin kingdom probably happens to have some fire gems in his hands. Gu Qing's voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang agreed with Gu Qing. All the bases of the Jin kingdom on this battlefield had been destroyed by the Green Fire Palace. Given this, it was impossible for the monarch to get any fire gem from this battlefield. Therefore, there was only one explanation for this. He had attained some fire gems from somewhere else. In fact, the monarch had indeed possessed some fire gems before he came to this world. But his gems were not enough to activate the fire puppet. He was able to manipulate the fire puppet now, since he had bought plenty of fire gems from Jiushi. Jiushi was a master in formation, and many formations required gems. That was why Jiushi owned lots of different rare gems, including fire gems. She had sold all of her fire gems to the monarch of the Jin kingdom at a costly price. With the help of those fire gems, the monarch finally succeeded in manipulating the fire puppet. I have many fire gems, although they're not enough to make this fire puppet exert its full strength. They can make the puppet release more power and fight longer than it did when it was under your manipulation, the monarch said with a snort. Now I have this fire puppet. I'll wait and see who'll be killed in the end. The monarch ordered Fire Puppet with a hideous look, "Strike him down!" Now the fire puppet was under the control of the monarch of the Jin kingdom. Hearing his order, it dashed towards Jian Wushuang without hesitation. A flash of silver light streaked across the void. Even Jian Wushuang could only barely capture its movement. It's moving so fast. Jian Wushuang exclaimed inside. I can perceive that this fire puppet owns an overwhelming battle strength. I guess that it has almost entered the peak realm of a universe god. This puppet is much stronger than the monarch. Jian Wushuang, be careful, Gu Qing warned. Jian Wushuang nodded seriously. when the silver-armored fire puppet came at him with its silver-long spear. Jian Wushuang immediately dashed forward to confront it with a determined look in his eyes. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the fire puppet had gotten into a fierce battle again. However, this battle only lasted seconds. Bang! A creepy explosion of energy rang out. Suddenly, a shadow above the void was falling down into the sinkhole in the ground. It was Jian Wushuang. The next moment, he flew up again, looking a little bit haggard. Chapter 1246, 10 Breaths. Chapter 1246, 10 Breaths. Strong. Jian Wushuang stared at the fire puppet. He had not yet fully recovered from the shock. Our fight is brief, and during the fight, I even did not have a chance to strike back. This fire puppet is indeed much stronger than me, thought Jian Wushuang. Gu King, you've just told me that this fire puppet's battle strength is close to that of a top-notch universe god. Jian Wushuang groaned. But during the previous fight, I felt that its levels are far above those of a universe god. This fire puppet is much more powerful than the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. There's an amazing gap between the top-notch universe gods and the ordinary ones. The top-notch universe gods can easily finish off a bunch of ordinary universe gods. In terms of battle strength, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom is only a middle level and much weaker than those top-notch gods. But this fire puppet has almost stepped into the peak realm of a universe god. No doubt it's a much tougher opponent than the monarch, Gu King explained. I see, Jian Wushuang responded. As a martial arts cultivator, he quickly understood that. Jian Wushuang, the monarch's voice was heard again. You do have an impressive talent in cultivation. I've never met a cultivator more gifted than you in the eternal chaotic world. But unfortunately, you cannot take my life. I lost the fight today, but I hope that you'll never naively think that the Green Fire Palace can occupy this vast battlefield forever. Do not forget that I'm from the eternal chaotic world, and I'm an influential figure there. It'll not take long before I invite several of my good friends here. At that time, let's see how you're going to stop us. With these words, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom laughed loudly. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned colder and sharper. He must die. Jian Wushuang gave off a strong sense of killing intent. He knew that the Green Fire world would never be in peace as long as the monarch of the Jin Kingdom was alive. To kill the monarch, he must get rid of this fire puppet first. Considering his current strength, he thought that there was only one way to achieve that goal. Boom! Jian Wushuang's aura began to swell and flow. Meanwhile, another unique power inside his body was surging. Jian Wushuang, are you going to use that technique? Gu King asked. Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded gravely. Only in this way can my strength be suddenly increased by 10 times. With that strength, I'll be able to get rid of the fire puppet and finish off the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. It's feasible, but you cannot maintain that strength for a long time. You'll have to hurry up, Gu King warned. I know, Jian Wushuang responded. His eyes sparkled with resolution. The next moment, a unique power hidden inside him burst out. This was the star's power. Jian Wushuang was exerting secret skills of stars. Only disciples of lineage of star from Star Palace who had passed the ultimate trial on Star Island were qualified to practice this overwhelming secret skills of Star Palace. The secret skills were recorded in 3 volumes, and now Jian Wushuang was displaying the techniques in the first one. As soon as the secret skills of stars took effect, Jian Wushuang felt the increased powers. I have to finish this within 10 breaths. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Kill! Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang dashed toward the monarch. Fire puppet, stop him! The monarch of the Jin Kingdom commanded. Fire puppet came at Jian Wushuang with its silver-long spear. Jian Wushuang confronted it. his blood mountain sword in his hand emitting blazing light. Fire Puppet had outclassed Jian Wushuang in their previous fights. Nevertheless, now Jian Wushuang was not weaker than the Fire Puppet. Instead, he even seemed a little bit stronger than it. Besides, Jian Wushuang was also versed in the use of a sword. Puppet Fighter was just a puppet. Although puppets boasted impressive strength and defensive power, they lacked flexibility and techniques in fighting compared to human cultivators. Now they were well matched regarding battle strength. However, with resorting to his extraordinary sword skills, Jian Wushuang had only spent 4 breath time throwing Fire Puppet away. Only 6 breaths left. Jian Wushuang gazed at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. As soon as he got rid of the Fire Puppet, he came at the monarch. That's bad. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom panicked when he saw Jian Wushuang rapidly approaching him. He understood everything from the murderous look in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Run. I have to escape now. The monarch turned around and fled away. At the same time, he gave orders to the Fire Puppet. Hurry! Stop him. Stop him now. However, after taking the blow, the Fire Puppet was now far away from Jian Wushuang. When it stood up and came at Jian Wushuang again, it was already too late for it to stop him. Jian Wushuang was faster than the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Now, with the assistance of Star's power, his speed boosted up. Although the monarch was on the run with his full strength, Jian Wushuang still managed to get closer and closer to him. 50,000 kilometers. 45,000 kilometers. 40,000 kilometers. The monarch used to be at least several thousands of kilometers away from Jian Wushuang, but now Jian Wushuang was catching up quickly. Time fled away when Jian Wushuang was hunting down the monarch. His secret skills of Star Palace could only last 10 breaths. It had taken him 4 breaths to get rid of the Fire Puppet. Now he had only 6 breaths left. During the process of pursuing, he was secretly counting down the breaths he had. 5, 4, 3. At last, Jian Wushuang caught up with the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Now he was left with only 1 breath time before the secret skill of stars lost its effect. 1 breath is enough, thought Jian Wushuang. He stared at the monarch's back, a strong killing intent flickering in his eyes. Spell of disturbance. Whirring. Fierce gales enveloped the monarch. Jian Wushuang brandished his sword with his full strength. Spell of disturbance was not a unique skill. However, once the practitioner used it properly, it could be more formidable than a unique skill. Besides, Jian Wushuang had used the secret skills of stars at the same time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sword light were shot out, and they quickly covered the monarch. No! The monarch gave off a sad, shrill roar while desperately warding off those sword lights. However, Chapter 1247, The Jin Kingdom Monarch Prepared to Die. Chapter 1247, The Jin Kingdom Monarch Prepared to Die. Clang, 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 clang. A series of clashes sounded throughout the void. The hurricane of madness swept through and lasted only for a few seconds. After that, the gale died down. During a few seconds, Jian Wushuang did his best to strike 136 times. Every blow was at its fullest power, and every strike was accompanied by a soul attack and the power of the stars. The Jin Kingdom desperately fended off 135 times, but missed the last strike. It was this last blow that pierced his head. Am I going to die? The Jin Kingdom monarch's head was penetrated, and the life core in the skull was instantly crushed. He gradually fell silent. Before he died, he still couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang with eyes full of resentment and amazement. He had been in the eternal chaotic world for a long time, knowing how dangerous the world was, and that he would end up dead someday. But He never thought of dying in the hands of a universe master in a small, chaotic world of the eternal chaotic world. Clang! His last consciousness disappeared, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang stopped his body. He released immense power to shatter his body into dust and fetched his interspatial ring. In addition, Jian Wushuang took the unowned flame deity puppet that stood still on the spot when the Jin Kingdom monarch died. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang let out a heavy sigh of relief. At the edge of the battlefield, experts from 2 camps who witnessed his killing the Jin Kingdom monarch were all stunned. The Green Fire World soldiers were otherwise elated. The remaining universe masters of the Jin Kingdom were all dumbfounded. The Lord died. Jian Wushuang killed the Lord. Oui. The Jin Kingdom universe masters all froze there. But at this moment, someone looked at them coldly. Then Jin Kingdom universe masters were all stunned. They noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze and the killing intent in his eyes. They immediately realized that Jian Wushuang was not going to let them off. Run! A Jin Kingdom universe master escaped, and at the same time shouted to warn others. In Jian Wushuang's eyes, he detected something bad. Following him, other Jin Kingdom universe masters also fled. They fled in all directions, even dived into under the ground. They had used all their skills to flee. They desperately fled. They knew that if they stayed, they would all be killed by Jian Wushuang. The Jin Kingdom had died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. If they stayed, they would all be slaughtered by Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang dashed at an incredible speed. Although the star's secret skill has stopped, only his power of stars ran out. His spiritual power was not affected. He still had plenty of battle strength. When he sped up, he could easily catch up with the Jin Kingdom universe masters. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang dashed and rushed. He appeared in front of the Jin Kingdom universe masters and casually attacked them with swordsmanship or soul attack. None of the universe masters had resisted him, including the strongest Long Su King and Red Snow King. A slaughter. But the slaughter only lasted for a short time. During that moment, among the more than 50 remaining Jin Kingdom universe masters, while only around 10 of them escaped, others were reduced to nothing. The woman escaped. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, staring coldly in some direction. The glamorous woman Jiu Shi, who arranged the enduring samsara formation, escaped in that direction. Jiu Shi possessed a remarkable life-saving ability, and she was smarter than other people. When she sensed something wrong, she immediately fled. Jian Wushuang did not chase her. However, although she escaped from Jian Wushuang, she could not escape the battlefield because of the formation in the void around the battlefield. Although some Jin Kingdom soldiers escaped, these people won't come back. Anyway, this battle is over. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. The Jin Kingdom monarch was killed. A large number of Jin Kingdom experts were slaughtered. Only a dozen of universe masters fled. Today was finally curtains for the battle. It's over. This battle is finally over. Our Green Fire World survived. The Jin Kingdom was gone. The Green Fire World experts all exclaimed. They won the war. The Green Fire World won, and the Jin Kingdom was destroyed. However, even if they won, the remaining Green Fire World experts could not rejoice over the victory. There were no shouts of happiness, just bitter sighs. They won the battle, but they still lost a lot. Too many Green Fire World experts deceased. They paid a too high price. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Palace Master Red Lotus, Jian Wushuang repeated their names. And Jian Wushuang looked up at a void in the battle fortress. At the next moment, he dashed out and then appeared in the battle fortress. In the void above the void, a figure stood there quietly. It was Xian Yi. Master. Jian Wushuang stopped in front of Xian Yi. You came. Xian Yi turned his head and smiled. He still sounded gentle. But Jian Wushuang saw that Xian Yi aged overnight, and his aura became unstable. When the oil ran out, the light went out. Xian Yi's oil had run out. He was having the last breaths of his life. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang quivered and clenched his hands. This is the mountain river map I borrowed from you. Here you are. Xian Yi smiled and handed over the map in his hand. When Jian Wushuang devised the 3 strongest sword principles and began to merge them, Xian Yi had pulled the enduring samsara formation samsara into the mountain river map. He had completely repaired the mountain river map. Chapter 1248 Departure. Chapter 1248 Departure. After handing the mountain river map, before Jian Wushuang could speak, Xian Yi once again took out a token. This is for you too. Xian Yi said, This is. Jian Wushuang looked at the token doubtfully. The token contains a technique you've cultivated, which is the universal Tao scripture. Xian Yi smiled. But now I'll give you the 2nd volume of the universal Tao scripture. The 2nd volume? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. At that time, Xian Yi gave him the universal Tao scripture, and later he knew that the universal Tao scripture enhanced one's consciousness intensity. This kind of technique was precious even in the eternal chaotic world. Now, Xian Yi offered him the 2nd volume of the universal Tao scripture. The 1st volume of the universal Tao scripture improves the consciousness, while the 2nd one enhances the soul. Xian Yi smiled. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Improve the soul power. Gu Qing inside Jian Wushuang was also shocked. If the method of improving the consciousness was considered extremely precious in the eternal chaotic world, then the method of elevating the soul power was a true treasure. After all, the level of the strength of soul was too high. These methods had always been only available to experts like the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen. It was really a valuable technique. However, now, Xian Yi was giving such a technique to Jian Wushuang. I still have a formation too. Xian Yi took out a jade slip. It is for the green fire world. A formation? Jian Wushuang looked at Xian Yi in doubt. The green fire world is in a very unique position. Although it has already defeated one Jin kingdom, there might be more foreign powers similar to, or even stronger than the Jin kingdom. By then, your green fire world will surely become engaged again. Xian Yi said. Jian Wushuang fell silent. Since the green fire world came into existence, 3 batches of experts were born. The 4th batch of experts would soon come into being in the future. I give you this formation, and then you need to pass it to Palace Master Yin, who is good at setting up formations. With his knowledge of formation and the formation instructions, he will set it up. Once the formation is formed, it will keep the green fire world safe forever. Xian Yi smiled. Jian Wushuang squinted. If Xian Yi said the formation could keep the green fire world safe and sound, the formation must be extraordinary. I have been in the green fire world for a long time. I have never done anything for it. Now I'll leave this formation to make up for my neglect. Xian Yi smiled. If the green fire world is safe and sound, you will have nothing to worry about. In the future, you can enter and venture into the eternal chaotic world at will. Hearing Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang was shocked. In the future, he was bound to enter the eternal chaotic world. Whether it was for Lung Rushuang or for himself, he had to go to the eternal chaotic world. But if the green fire world was in danger, he would worry about it even when he was venturing into the eternal chaotic world. If Xian Yi's formation could keep the green fire world safe and sound, Xian Yi would help him a lot. Master. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands and looked at Xian Yi, his face reddish. He saw Xian Yi's condition. But even if Xian Yi was in such a condition, he was still thinking for his disciple. He gave him the second volume of the Universal Tao scripture and the formation to protect his home and family. Xian Yi had been helping him all the time. However, Xian Yi never asked for anything in return. He had never. Even at this moment, he did not have any last wish. This kindness. Flop! Jian Wushuang knelt down. I will always remember your kindness. Jian Wushuang's voice quavered as he respectfully kowtowed to Xian Yi. Xian Yi just watched him kowtow 3 times. He slowly waved. Get up. Jian Wushuang got up. I've received 4 disciples. You're the most talented, and I anticipate your future the most. I hope to see you grow. By now, I've done everything I can. In the next years, you can only rely on yourself. Work hard, maybe one day, you and me will see each other again. Xian Yi's voice still sounded calm, his face still smiling. When his voice died down completely, his body slowly became transparent. His figure was getting more and more transparent and eventually disappeared completely. Jian Wushuang stood there with his hands clenched. As Xian Yi's body gradually disappeared, he was sick at heart. Jian Wushuang, you don't have to be sad. If I didn't guess wrong, your master has always existed in this special way. He's not a doppelganger or a fragment of consciousness, but an inexplicable matter. Gu Qing's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's ears. He has always existed in this state, and he must have his own reason. Although he has disappeared now, it does not mean that he really died. As he said, maybe one day, you two will meet each other again. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He knew that his master's words were meaningful. Master had great knowledge of weapon refining, formation, and elixirs. His knowledge didn't belong in the green fire world. He must come from outside the green fire world. He must come from somewhere extraordinary. But over the years, he has always existed in the green fire world in an incomparably unique state. He must have his reason. I just can't find out. He educated me and 3 senior brothers, but never asked for anything from us. Even before he disappeared, he never asked me anything. Jian Wushuang murmured and muttered as he shook his head. His master had always been mysterious. From the moment Xian Yi received Jian Wushuang as his disciple, Xian Yi had always been mysterious. Even when he disappeared, Jian Wushuang still found him mysterious. Because from the beginning to the end, Jian Wushuang never knew Xian Yi's background and purpose. Perhaps when I am strong enough to be at the master's level, I will know. Strength! Standing in the front of the void where Xian Yi disappeared, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 1249, Back in Chiliwin Valley. Chapter 1249, Back in Chiliwin Valley. Within a towering palace, a row of thrones stood. All the remaining Green Fire World Palace masters gathered here. At that time, because of the Nirvana elixirs, the Green Fire World brought forth more than 20 palace masters. Nevertheless, after the previous battle, only 7 people survived. Naturally, Jian Wushuang led the rest 7 palace masters. Palace Master Yin, my teacher gave me a formation, and I want to know that if you can arrange it. Jian Wushuang handed the jade slip containing the formation to Palace Master Yin and said, My teacher said once this formation is arranged, our green fire world will be safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Yin's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he carefully studied the formation. Tang Emperor. Jian Wushuang turned to Tang Emperor beside him. The battle between our Green Fire World and the Jin Kingdom has ended. The remaining Tao Masters can return home. In addition, a large number of experts have fallen. This is bound to influence the forces in our world, especially the Samsara Temples and Void Temples force. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master fought to the death. We won't win the war without them. Although they were gone, we have to take care of their soldiers. And experts that decreased during the war, we won't let them die in vain. I hope you can arrange them for me. Yes, I will. Tang Emperor nodded slightly. Father. Jian Wushuang looked to Jian Nantian again. In this battle, some of the Jin Kingdom experts escaped, but they can't escape from this battlefield. They must hide in this battlefield. The Jin Kingdom has been destroyed. They won't survive long. I want you and other palace masters to find them and kill them for me. If we don't remove them, sooner or later, they will be a big trouble for our green fire world. Yes, I will. Jian Nantian accepted the mission. At this time, Palace Master Yin raised his head again, and his eyes appeared vicious. Wushuang Palace Master, I've studied the formation you gave me. Although it is very difficult and cumbersome, given adequate time and sufficient resources, I guarantee I'll arrange this formation. Once it was arranged, indeed, as Master Xian Yi said, our green fire world will be safe and sound. Even forces 10 times stronger than the Jin Kingdom can't break into this battlefield again. Palace Master Yin said excitedly. Great. Hearing Palace Master Yin, other palace masters all became pleasantly surprised. Jian Wushuang faintly smiled. Palace Master Yin, then I will trouble you to arrange the formation. If you need material resources, you can fetch them in the Fire Point Exchange office. If the resources run out, just inform me. Jian Wushuang killed the Jin Kingdom monarch and a lot of Jin Kingdom experts. Thus, he received countless treasure resources. Although he had put most of the treasures in Fire Point Exchange office, he kept some rare treasures that were not helpful for Green Fire World to himself. Thus, he had plenty of rare treasures in his hands. No problem, you'll see. Palace Master Yin smiled confidently. The war ended. Everything quieted down. Jian Wushuang and several palace masters discussed and arranged other affairs. Then, Jian Wushuang headed to the vast battlefield. He was heading to Chilly Wind Valley. Back then, when he was hunted by Red Snow King and others, Jian Wushuang's first original body was forced to die here. Now, Jian Wushuang visited it again. This Chilly Wind Valley is quite weird. There must be treasures that are extremely cold underneath. Unfortunately, I was too weak to enter the bottom of the valley. Now I've improved, I might as well have a try. Looking at the unfathomable huge pit in front of him, Jian Wushuang was expectant. Of course, although he was quite confident about his current strength, Jian Wushuang remained careful. He first waited quietly outside the sinkhole. Soon, boom, the land shook. It's coming. Jian Wushuang's face lit up. As the shake grew stronger and stronger, a horrifying cold wind blew fiercely. It was a wind that could easily smash Universe Masters. He used to avoid it, but now, even when the cold wind was in full swing, he still stepped forward and entered within its range. Boom! The strong breeze washed over Jian Wushuang with terrifying force. Frowning, Jian Wushuang endured the fierce gale. He was still on his feet when the cold wind died down. I was right. My current body, coupled with the blood-killing plate armor's defense, allowed me to withstand the cold wind. Jian Wushuang grinned. He had combined the 3 strongest sword principles and obtained the immortal divine body, which was far more mighty than a normal universe master's. He had cultivated a protective secret skill, Golden Image. He was at the 2nd stage of the secret skill, and thus acquired powerful defensive skills. Moreover, he had the blood-killing plate armor that had weakened the impact of the cold wind by more than 9/10. These 3 means combined to make his defensive ability to surge. His defensive power was far stronger than that of ordinary universe gods. Thus, he was able to resist the cold wind. Knowing that the cold wind could not pose a threat to him, Jian Wushuang immediately swept toward the bottom of the chilly Wind Valley. All the way down he contained his speed, but after a short while he was already more than 100,000 miles deep under the ground. It's been 100,000 miles, but I still can't see the end of the valley. The chilly Wind Valley is really deep enough, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But at this time his soul power that had been released before suddenly found something floating below. It was a gold gourd. Seeing the gold gourd, Jian Wushuang's face lit up. At the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the gold gourd and stretched to seize it. It's really my blaze quicksand gourd. Jian Wushuang rejoiced over his founding. The moment he held it in his hands, he sensed something in his heart. This was the blaze quicksand gourd that he lost in this chilly Wind Valley. Although he lost it, he did not cancel his ownership on the blaze quicksand gourd. Thus, when he held it, Jian Wushuang felt something. I found my blaze quicksand gourd. If I go deeper into the bottom of this chilly Wind Valley, Jian Wushuang squinted to scrutinize the bottom of the valley that seemed endless and frowned. The bottom of the valley scared him. As he got closer and closer to the bottom, the horror grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 1250, The Holy Prefecture. Chapter 1250, The Holy Prefecture. Since the chilly Wind Valley is full of dangers, the blood-cold wind is definitely not the only one danger within. I have integrated 3 strongest sword principles and become a universe master. Furthermore, my 2 original bodies have become a whole as well. So if I die here again, I cannot reborn anymore. Forget it. Jian Wushuang sighed slightly. He gave up the idea of going deep into the chilly Wind Valley and flew out of it. Right at this moment, a flash of red light shone at the bottom of the chilly Wind Valley. It was extremely chilling, and after a short while it disappeared again. After regaining the blaze quicksand gourd, Jian Wushuang returned to the battle fortress immediately. His journey seemed smooth, but it took him nearly 10 years in fact. During this period, the war in the Green Fire World had nearly come to the end. Although the Green Fire World had been thrown into turmoil due to the great loss of its experts, it calmed down under the suppression of Tang Emperor and the other palace masters. 12 years after the final war, Palace Master Yun came to Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Wushuang, we have set up that formation. Palace Master Yun said. Finished? So fast. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Although it's complicated, Master Xian, he has left the clear steps of setting it up in the token. As for the necessary sources, we can get what we want at the Fire Point Exchange office. Besides, the foundation of the former formation still exists, so it's not that difficult for us to set it up again. Palace Master Yin said, smilingly, with the protection of this formation, our Green Fire World finally can live in a peaceful life again. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Palace Master Wushuang, there's one more thing. Palace Master Yin added. Jian Wushuang looked at Palace Master Yin. After the formation was set up, I found that there's someone who has been trying to recover the tunnel connecting our world and the outside world. This person's skills are very brilliant. If I guess correctly, that person should be the woman who activated the enduring samsara formation before. Palace Master Yin said seriously, among the remaining experts of the Jin Kingdom, only she could have such a capability on formations. That woman. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned grim. They were referring to Jiu Shi, of course. At the final war, she escaped while noticing the situation was unfavorable. Palace Master Yin, since you could feel that she is trying to recover the portal, I guess you know her location. Jian Wushuang said, Of course. That's why I came here to inform you of her location. Palace Master Yin said with a smile. Great. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands and asked, Then tell me please. After knowing Jiu-Shi's current location, Jian Wushuang set off at once. A cold and elegant woman, Zhu Shi stood in a secluded void above the huge battlefield, with some formation flags floating in front of her. These flags were giving off a formidable aura. Obviously, Zhu Shi was setting up a formation. To be precise, she was destroying a formation. She was trying to destroy the huge formation that the Green Fire World's experts had set up around the battlefield, because it was connected with the space storm around this battlefield. So she paid a huge price and then succeeded in allowing the army of the Gene Kingdom to intrude into the formation. Now, it was impossible for her to destroy it again on her own. However, she did not plan to totally destroy it. She wished to destroy a small part of it so that it could allow her to send a message out. She enjoyed some reputation in her sect, so only if she could send a message to the experts of her sect, someone would come and save her. Damn, I'm almost made it, but the Green Fire World suddenly changed another formation, which was several times more complicated than before. She gritted her teeth and her facial expression changed. When she came to this battlefield with the monarch of the Gene Kingdom, she had never expected the monarch to die here. Therefore, she had not prepared any route of retreat for herself. Now, she was trapped in this battlefield, and it was really difficult for her to contact with the outside world. Right at this moment, whoosh, an invisible power swept across this void. She perceived that and turned around as soon as possible. She saw a young figure showing up behind her. Jian Wushuang. She turned pale with fright. How is this possible? How could you find me? A possibility came to her mind at once. Her located had been presumably figured out by him while she was destroying the formation. Looking at the elegant woman who had gotten into a panic, Jian Wushuang lifted his hand slowly. An immense amount of power had already gathered in his hand. No, Jian Wushuang, you cannot kill me. She screamed right now. She knew Jian Wushuang's strength clearly. Although she had some life-saving skills, they simply did not work at all when she was facing experts like Jian Wushuang. Cannot kill you? Give me a reason, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice, and the power continued gathering in his hand. I am a core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, and my teacher is one of the 4 Mansion Masters. I also have a senior brother, Universe God Qinyang, who is the first genius of the Holy Prefecture. She screamed continuously. Besides, each core disciple of the Holy Prefecture has learnt a secret skill that is similar to curse. If you kill me, you will be cursed by me. And someday, any core disciple or high-level experts of the Holy Prefecture can recognize that you have killed an important member of their sect at first glance. They surely will try their best to revenge against you. Oh, Jian Wushuang's eyebrow lifted and he asked, is there any such secret skill in the eternal chaotic world? Yes. Gu King nodded his heart. Jian Wushuang. She looked at him again. I know you are a genius and have great potential. You definitely will travel around the eternal chaotic world, where my sect is one of the overlords on the first territory you'll set foot on. If you kill me, don't expect that you will be safe there. Killing me will not do any good to you. Instead, it will be extremely difficult for you to venture into the eternal chaotic world. If you let me go, I promise I will introduce you to join the Holy Prefecture. That will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and the power he had gathered burst forth. A flash of flowing light shot toward the woman instantly. You. She's eyes were wide with disbelief. She had explained everything to Jian Wushuang so clearly, but the latter still struck her. If I die, you won't be able to live a good life. She shouted angrily when she knew she would die. She triggered the secret skill she mentioned earlier, and a little bit power swarmed into Jian Wushuang's body. Chapter 1251. Leaving the Green Fire World. Chapter 1251. Leaving the Green Fire World. The force was incredibly odd and unique, and Jian Wushuang was unable to stop it from entering into his body. Is this the curse that she spoke of? Jian Wushuang could feel the odd force brooding inside himself as he asked, Gu King, can you get rid of this curse? No, I can't. Gu King shook his head. This level of curse needs to be dispelled by one that is highly skilled. It requires expertise above that of a universe god. If there's no one helping you dispelling it, you can only let it dissipate by itself. Considering that woman's resentment, it'll take at least hundreds of thousands of years for it to fade away. Hundreds of thousands of years. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He did not want to stay in the green fire world for another hundreds of thousands of years to wait for the curse to dissipate before heading towards the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang, you shouldn't kill her. You could have suppressed her with your blood mountain sword first, and kill her when you grow stronger and don't need to fear the holy prefecture behind her, said Gu King. To wait till that moment. Jian Wushuang shook his head. How can the soul of the Sunrise Sword Emperor rest in peace if she does not die? Gu King was rendered speechless. Now, Master's ritual formation has fallen on this battlefield, and the woman from the Holy Prefecture has also been killed. Although a few universe masters from the Jin Kingdom managed to survive, they'll not be able to pose any threat to us. My green fire world will have a peace of mind, and it's time for me to head off to the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang muttered. With these words, Jian Wushuang used his fastest speed to return to Green Fire Palace. The moment he arrived at Green Fire Palace, he immediately mustered the other palace masters and told them his decision. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was preparing to head towards the eternal chaotic world, palace masters felt surprised. But this thing was also within their expectations. After all, Jian Wushuang was still so young, his potential was still far beyond imaginable. If he continued to stay within the green fire world, it would waste his talent. Besides, the green fire world was in peace now. Jian Wushuang did not have to stay here. 15 years after the end of the ultimate battle, numerous people gathers on the vast battlefield again to see Jian Wushuang off. Among them, there were Jian Wushuang's parents, his friends Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou, and many palace masters such as Tang Emperor, Palace Master Yin, Xue Lingtian, and Emperor Shao. Many holy masters of the Green Fire Palace also came here. Father, mother. Jian Wushuang looked at his parents. Shuanger, in my whole life, my proudest moment is to have you as my son. Jian Nantian smiled weakly at Jian Wushuang while feeling an immense sense of pride. His son was publicly recognized and known as the leader of the Green Fire Palace and the one who had saved everyone during the ultimate battle. He was also the most talented youth in the history of the Green Fire world. Shuanger, please be very careful. Ji Wuming looked warmly upon Jian Wushuang. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Tang Emperor. Jian Wushuang stood before Tang Emperor again and handed over a token to him. This token contains 3 sets of powerful sword skills. I've spent a long time refining and perfecting it. I want to hand it over to you now, in case of any emergency. Tang Emperor accepted the token and nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang, this road to inverse cultivation will not be easy. You have to be careful with your every step. You must not follow in Xiaoqing's footsteps. Eldest senior brother. Jian Wushuang came to Xue Lingtian. Master may have gone, but he put a lot of effort into creating the ancient sect. Please take care of the ancient sect after I leave. Don't worry. The ancient sect will be all right with me around. Xie Lingtian laughed. Uncle Shao. Jian Wushuang came to Emperor Shao. I'll definitely bring Shuanger back from the eternal chaotic world. All right, be careful. Emperor Shao nodded slightly while beaming with confidence towards Jian Wushuang. Lastly, Jian Wushuang came to his 3 good brothers. Haha, the 3 of you. Jian Wushuang looked at them. 3rd brother. Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang, feeling a little down. That's enough. We'll meet again. Soon. I'll be back here drinking with all of you." Jian Wushuang laughed. "Of course." Wang Yuan, Yang Zaixian, Su Ruo nodded their heads. Sadness was a natural part of a farewell. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had no regret. "Everyone, goodbye." "The Green Fire World, goodbye." Jian Wushuang cupped his hands in front of himself to bid farewell to everyone before turning around to leave for the faraway void. Over there, Palace Master Yin had already made a portal for Jian Wushuang to access the outer world. Under the gaze of everyone, he entered the portal and soon disappeared. Underneath the dark sky, a portal appeared out of nothing, and a figure flew out of the portal rapidly. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang managed to stop himself, looking quite haggard. After he stabilized himself, he turned to look back. "Wow! Is this the space-time storm that wraps up my green fire world and the huge battlefield?" Jian Wushuang looked into the distance and saw the completely distorted space-time. That distorted space-time was extremely big and seemed boundless. Although he was far away from it now, the sight still filled him with awe. A space-time storm in the eternal chaotic world indicated a disaster. Such a huge space-time storm was no doubt a catastrophe. However, it was also because of the dreadful space-time storm. No one else dared to get close to this place, and the Green Fire World could occupy the battlefield for all this time. If the experts of the Gene Kingdom had never been drawn into this space-time storm by accident, they would have never discovered the battlefield. In a sense, this space-time storm is like a protective shield to my Green Fire World. So actually my Green Fire World should be thankful for its existence. Jian Wushuang laughed weakly. "Jian Wushuang, you have to remember the location of this space-time storm clearly." "If there's nothing else, we'll set off," said Guking. "All right." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly as he waved his hand to summon a spaceship, which appeared out of nowhere. To travel in the eternal chaotic world, one could not simply rely on his or her legs. Taking a spaceship is the best way of getting round in this world. The spaceship Jian Wushuang summoned was originally from Dao Yuanzi. He sat on the spaceship and sped away, excitedly. The eternal chaotic world, I am coming. Chapter 1252, The Fifth Step. Chapter 1252, The Fifth Step. Whoosh! An ancient spaceship whisked across the dark void. Without a clue of its actual speed, but definitely faster than any of the universe god. Inside this spaceship, Jian Wushuang simply sat cross-legged. In front of him, a gray stone gem levitated in front of him. Ever since his announcement on leaving Green Fire World, Tang Emperor has given this gray stone gem to him. As for this gray stone gem, it was not distant to Jian Wushuang, but in fact very familiar. Today, the reason why he is able to walk the path of cultivators was in fact due to this gray stone gem which contained the heavenly creation skill of cultivation method. Previously, with only 2 of the gray stone gem, Jian Wushuang's cultivation strength reached to only the 4th step. This was in defiance with the natural order, which was to attain the level of Eternal Supremo. As of now, the 4th step was akin to the level of Tao Master among cultivators. Now, levitating right in front of Jian Wushuang, the gray stone gem was the 3rd one, which contained the 5th step to cultivate the heavenly creation skill against natural order. With the 4th step against natural order being so excellent, what then encompassed the 5th step? Holding onto a glimpse of hope, Jian Wushuang's soul powers instantaneously seeped into the gray stone gem and began browsing the next heavenly creation skill for cultivation strength. Seemingly momentarily, Jian Wushuang finished his reading. Upon completion, he opened his eyes, but his expression turned very solemn. The 5th step, it is actually an inverse cultivation test. Jian Wushuang frowned deeply. He originally believed that the 5th step would be the same as the former, which would encompass him with special abilities. Incredulously, the 5th step against natural order was an arduous 1,000-year cultivation. for this inverse cultivation. It would be the toughest yet necessary in overcoming this hurdle. Inverse cultivation disaster. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth tightly. Gu Qing, that was inside of Jian Wushuang's body, similarly browsed the information of that gray stone gem. After a brief moment of silence, Gu Qing spoke. This step, I did previously guess this. Actually, not only the inverse cultivation, all the cultivators in the world would have to go through this hurdle when they reach the level of a universe god. I have already told you previously, becoming a universe master only means you are immortal, but it has not transformed your divine power. To transform your divine power and become a universe god, you'll have to suffer from this disaster and get divine baptism. Unfortunately, overcoming the disaster is not an easy one. Even in the eternal chaotic world, it has always been many of the cultivators' nightmare. Among 100 universe master, it is almost impossible to have one to survive from it, but you have to pass this hurdle in order to become a universe god. It is inescapable. Frankly speaking, this disaster is simply a test to divide the strong and the weak. Overcoming it meant becoming a warrior. Failing or constantly being afraid to challenge, you end up being a weakling for the rest of your life. Is that so? Jian Wushuang realized in shock. He knew previously that being a universe master was only taking half a step, but he did not know how exactly to surpass the other half of it. Now he understands that is to pass the disaster. Only by overcoming the hurdle can he be a true universe god. Even an ordinary cultivator would have to pass the disaster to become a universe god, not to mention the inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation against natural order is obviously a lot more dangerous than the ordinary cultivation. I once saw a universe master making a breakthrough. During the process, the level of difficulty was definitely 100 times tougher than what an ordinary cultivator would have gone through. Gu Qing said, "What?" Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Exactly by 100 times. That disaster was incomparably scary, manifesting fear in many of the cultivators, viewed as an absolute nightmare. Yet, inverse cultivation disaster is even more scary by 100 times. Even an ordinary cultivator would have to pass the disaster to become a universe god, not to mention the inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation against natural order is obviously a lot more dangerous than the ordinary cultivation. I once saw a universe master making a breakthrough. During the process, the level of difficulty was definitely 100 times tougher than what an ordinary cultivator would have gone through. Gu Qing said, "Emperor Qing." Jian Wushuang, internally shaken. He has heard of Emperor Qing from Tang Emperor. Indeed, at that time, Tang Emperor did say that Emperor Qing died during inverse cultivation. Now it seemed that Emperor Qing's death at that time was probably caused by the inverse cultivation disaster. When they separated previously, Tang Emperor had specifically warned him that it would be a difficult journey towards inverse cultivation and that he should be very careful. Apparently, this was what the Tang Emperor was worried about, the inverse cultivation disaster. The cultivate technique of the inverse cultivation initially had belonged to the Tang Emperor, who then taught it to Emperor Qing. After the death of Emperor Qing, there remained only 2 of the gray stone gems, and the third one had always been on Tang Emperor all along, even though he denied. If it wasn't for me who wanted to explore the eternal chaotic world, I am afraid he still would not have given to me that third gray stone gem willingly. He must have been worried that I would follow into the footsteps of Emperor Qing. Jian Wushuang wore a grave expression as he now understood what Tang Emperor was worried about. Tang Emperor was simply worried about his safety, which was why he did not give the third gray stone gem to him before. Jian Wushuang, this path of inverse cultivation is full of thistles and thorns. The eternal chaotic world, massively boundless, has breed countless inverse cultivators across endless time, but those who pass it are extremely rare. Once this hurdle is passed, though, those victors become extraordinary. I hope that you can be extraordinary too, instead of being like the majority of the inverse cultivators who died in this path. Gu King said. With a stern expression, Jian Wushuang asked, Gu King, do you know how many tests the inverse cultivation disaster will have? To be a universe god, there is a total of 3 levels. Therefore, the god disaster should also have 3 tests. Should you fail any one of the tests, you will be completely destroyed. Gu King answered gravely. Besides, your tests will not be as easy as the typical inverse cultivation tests. You have the bloodline of an ancient god as well as the highest level of imperial bloodline, which means that you may have to go through the ancient god disaster all at once. Upon those words, Jian Wushuang's heart sank. He felt the burden inside him becoming increasingly heavier. Soon enough, he calmed himself down. The inverse cultivation disaster and the ancient god disaster, either of them are horrible. Of course, a combination of 2 must definitely be more dangerous. Every single level could easily destroy me, even so there is still a chance for me to survive and not just die. If I were to fear the disasters in front of me, that would mean that I am extinguishing that very last strand of hope. I, Jian Wushuang, would never do such a silly thing. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but his eyes gleamed with determination.